Chapter 2040. Deputy Director Jia shuddered and almost dropped the phone in his hand. He stammered. I was discovered by him. Do we still want to continue? You're not willing. The other party asked nonchalantly. There was no hint of "forget it if you're not willing" in his tone. It was just a casual remark. Deputy Director Jia didn't dare to say that he wasn't willing. Since he was on the boat, how could he get off whenever he wanted? He quickly shook his head and smiled obsequiously. It's not a matter of whether I'm willing or not. It's just that since the other party has discovered it and is prepared, shouldn't we reconsider? Do you think we haven't considered it? The other party's tone was a little impatient. But there are risks in any line of work. This is inevitable. You're in the investment business. Don't you even understand this? I understand. Deputy Director Jia nodded quickly and didn't dare to ask any more questions or refute. I'll make the arrangements now. Send me your instructions and I'll pass it on to Guohuaning. Okay. The other party was finally satisfied, but he still gave him a few pointers. I said that Guohuaning's side is almost ready. It's not that she can get married, but that the other party wants to fish and gives her a chance to get in touch. Otherwise, do you think it's so easy to get close to the Huo family? This time, we hit the right target by a fluke. Also, continue to hint to Guohuaning that Song Jining is her biggest obstacle. Deputy Director Jia understood. Got it. I'll make the arrangements. After returning from the restaurant last night, Song Jining didn't go back to the dormitory at the Institute of High Energy Physics. Instead, she went back to her apartment. Her apartment was very spacious and had many rooms, so even if Lu Yuan and Lu Jin lived there, and Gunyanji came over from time to freeload, she could still live there. Lu Yuan knew that Song Jining was in a bad mood, so he asked a few questions. Seeing that she didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask. Early the next morning, he prepared a sumptuous breakfast for Song Jining, which made Song Jining smile from ear to ear. In addition, Gunyanji was observing her expression and deliberately asked, Miss Song, wasn't the candlelight dinner last night good? I was thinking about when Major General Hua. From the corner of her eye, she saw Lu Jin's eyes widen. Gunyanji quickly added. I went to try it with Dad. The corners of Lu Jin's mouth that had just curved rose again. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. He cut the fried French escargot into 4 small pieces. One piece was placed on Song Jining's plate, one piece was given to Gunyanji, and the remaining 2 pieces were divided between himself and Lu Jin. Song Jining picked up a small piece with her fork and put it in her mouth to chew. She closed her eyes in satisfaction as she savored the delicious combination of French escargot and lemons. After breakfast, Gunyanji went to Song Jining's room to chat and asked quietly, Miss Song, what happened last night? The dishes in the restaurant were not delicious. Or did Boss Lu make you angry? After Song Jining finished breakfast, she was in a much better mood. She said with a faint smile, the food is delicious, and President Lu didn't make me angry. However, I met a lunatic and completely ruined my mood. Crazy. Gunyanji guessed that it was probably because someone was jealous of him. She couldn't help giving him a thumbs up. President Lu is so amazing. He's only been back for a few days, and someone is already attacking you because of him. Song Jining giggled and walked into the cloakroom to find clothes to change into. She said, it has nothing to do with President Lu. It's my ex-husband's fault. I can't let President Lu take the blame. Gunyanji's mind raced and she understood. It's Guohuaning. She really went to stop you. She had thought that Guohuaning would go after Hu Guanchen's blind date. Song Jining was clearly not Hu Guanchen's blind date. Gunyanji felt a little uneasy when she recalled the firewood that she and Hu Xiaoheng had added. She asked quietly, Miss Song, is it really Guohuaning? Why is she looking for you? Thanks to Lu Jin, Song Jining knew the name Guohuaning. She also knew that she had offended Gu Nianji and had almost brought down the Hong Corporation, which was about to go public. However, she really didn't know what Guohuaning looked like. She couldn't associate her name with her face. Now that she heard Gu Nianji's certainty, she couldn't help but look at her. You know this person too? Is she Huo Guanchen's new girlfriend? Looking at the woman's attitude last night, it was as if she was the legitimate wife to the mistress. Gu Nianji leaned against the sofa in Song Jining's room. She was so comfortable that she wanted to roll over. She took out her phone and sent a photo of Guohuaning to Song Jining's phone. Take a look. Is it this woman? Song Jining heard her phone ring. She took it out and saw that it was Gu Nianji who had sent her a photo. She swiped open the phone and opened the photo. She immediately said, "It's her. So she's Guohuaning." Gu Nianji nodded and said with a smile, "She's helping General Hua take care of Grandfather Hua now. She lives in General Hua's private residence in West Mountain Villa." Song Jining also remembered. It's her. Didn't she recommend the doctor who woke Grandfather Hua up from his vegetative state? Yes, he did. The doctor was very good. Gu Nianji smiled. My dad is investigating that doctor. Why is he investigating that doctor? Song Jining didn't care about Guohuaning at all. She didn't even want to ask what was going on between her and Huo Guanchen. She was only interested in Lu Jin's movements. A person who can be valued and studied by Professor Lu must be very impressive. Gu Nianji hugged the pillow and almost rolled to the ground laughing. She made Lu Jin sound like a psychiatrist. Even if he didn't do high-energy physics and biological genetics in the future, he could still change careers and become a charlatan. Song Jining came out after changing her clothes. Gu Nianji was still buried in the pillow and laughing so hard that she was shaking. She walked over and patted her on the shoulder. How naughty. Why aren't you talking? Gu Nianji looked up with a smile on her face. Wait for me to finish laughing. She cleared her throat and said in a serious tone, because the way he operated on Grandfather Hua was almost exactly the same as the demonstration surgery my father performed. That amazing. But why are you investigating? Did something go wrong with the surgery? Song Jining sat back in front of the dressing table and picked up a comb to comb her hair. Gu Nianji shook her head. There's no problem for the time being. It's precisely because there's no problem that I want to investigate. Song Jining's hand paused. I don't understand. My dad just thinks that no one here should know this kind of surgery. I don't agree with that. Song Jining put down the comb and turned around with a frown. Are we destined to be inferior in technology and can't compare to the other side in everything? That's not what I mean. Gu Nianji quickly shook her head and explained carefully, my dad is saying that the development of this kind of surgery method can't be achieved by relying on individual genius. It requires the combination of surgical instruments and medical concepts to have the soil for this kind of surgery method. Actually, I don't really understand it either. From what he means, surgery is different from genetic science. It requires technical accumulation and can't be achieved overnight. Song Jining understood what he meant. I see. Professor Lu means that this person's surgical method is too abrupt in this world. Without a major breakthrough in material technology and medical theory, it's impossible to have this kind of surgical method. That's right. Ms. Song is indeed a genius. You immediately understood. Gu Nianji smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Could it be that this doctor also came from the other side? Song Jining immediately thought of another possibility. Gu Nianji shook her head. This possibility has been ruled out. When my dad investigated this doctor, he first ruled out this aspect, but if he said no, then it definitely isn't. He didn't come from the other world, but he actually has an advanced surgical method. That's indeed quite strange. Song Jining thought about it for a while and then let it go. This wasn't within the scope of her research, so she didn't spend too much time thinking about it. After coming out of Song Jining's room, Gu Nianji saw Lu Yuan and Lu Jin waiting in the living room. She pursed her lips into a smile and said in a low voice, "President Lu, don't worry too much. It's nothing. It's just that someone was jealous and found the wrong person." Lu Yuan was worried and asked, "Really? Don't fool me. It's 100% real, absolutely true." Gu Nianji stretched out her finger and shook it. "You owe me 2 meals." Lu Yuan, she made it sound as if he had never cooked for her before. Seeing that everything was fine, Lu Jin smiled and teased Lu Yuan. "What are you worried about? Let me tell you, a genius like Director Song would never waste time on relationships. She's absolutely immune to jealousy and flirting. Besides, it's a waste of time, and she doesn't care to do it. Don't take the wrong path." Gu Nianji also smiled and said, "President Lu, although my dad isn't reliable when it comes to interpersonal relationships, he's still a genius. Only a genius can figure out a genius's mental state. Don't wait for Ms. Song to throw herself into your arms. It's impossible. It's impossible for Ms. Song to do it in this lifetime." Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback. "Really? Of course." Gu Nianji quickly nodded. "If you don't believe me, try another method. Be more proactive. Be more straightforward." This was the second update for today, Chapter 2029, Be Proactive, Be Straightforward. It's November. Please give me your monthly votes. And recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2041. Lu Yuan's expression changed slightly, but his eyes darted past Gu Nianji and Lu Jin's faces. He wasn't sure if he should listen to them. After all, neither of them looked very reliable. Gu Nianji giggled, as if she was watching a show. Lu Jin stood by her side to support her. He didn't care what his girl said or did at all. He was a firm follower of the 2 whatevers. Everything his girl said was right. Anyone who disagreed with his girl was wrong. He could pick out the bones in an egg, let alone pick out other people's thorns. Was their advice really worth listening to? Lu Yuan said calmly, "I'll think about it." Gu Nianji shrugged. "That's all I can help you with." Lu Jin scoffed and patted Gu Nianji's head. "Girl, don't be discouraged. President Lu said he'll think about it, so he'll really think about it. He's definitely not trying to trick me." "Oh." Gu Nianji ended the topic with a syllable. After Song Jining's birthday, Guangchen began to have people investigate the situation at the Institute of High Energy Physics. Chief, the Institute of High Energy Physics is an important scientific research institution that the government and the military have collaborated on. The security is too tight. What do you want to investigate? Guangchen's personal secretary asked with a headache. He knew that Guangchen's ex-wife, Song Jining, was the current director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. If there was anything, couldn't he just ask his ex-wife? What was the meaning of secretly investigating in secret? Guangchen looked at the photo that had been secretly taken on his phone and felt that the back view was too glaring. After some thought, he didn't take it out as evidence. He just raised his eyelids and said with a smile, "You also know that the Institute of High Energy Physics is an important institution of the country. It's heavily guarded, so check the political background of all the members of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Including, but not limited to, the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, professors, general scientific researchers, graduate students, administrative staff, security guards, and cleaners. Not a single one of them can be missing." As the director of the military's political department, it was the most justifiable move for him to check the political background of everyone in the Institute of High Energy Physics. That's doable. Huo Guanqin's personal secretary's eyes lit up and he almost gave him a thumbs up. "Chief, you're so smart." He could tell that the chief still had lingering feelings for his ex-wife. Using this method to get rid of all the potential rivals in love near his ex-wife, it was really great. Huo Guanqin's personal secretary thought he understood the chief's state of mind and smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, Chief. We will definitely turn the Institute of High-Energy Physics upside down. Even a male mouse has to be investigated 3 generations of his ancestors and 5 generations of collateral relatives." Huo Guanqin stopped smiling and said sternly, "If that's how you feel, then don't investigate. I'll send someone else." Huo Guanqin. Huo Guanqin stopped smiling and said. "Guang," Huo Guanqin nod. Guang, yes. Shen, Huo Guang. "This is Huo," I said. "I Guing, I, Song, Hua, I, Hua. I, too long, the internet had the S had, comma, Yang had, to, as, the Chen long in. In the age of the internet, this information had long been scanned and entered into the database. Huo Guanqin's personal secretary, as the personal secretary of the director of the military's political department, had certain authority to access such a database. The personal secretary walked back and Huo Guanqin looked down at the photo on his phone. After a long time, he deleted it. But a few minutes after deleting it, he went to the folder where he stored the deleted photos in his phone's album and restored the photo. He couldn't bear to delete it. He looked at the photo with a deep gaze. The personal secretary didn't understand his thoughts, so he wouldn't explain further. It was good to let him misunderstand that he was doing this for Song Jining. And it wasn't a misunderstanding. After all, he was doing this for Song Jining. He wanted to remarry Song Jining and also wanted to find out the truth about the failed experiment. Sitting at his desk, Huo Guanqin opened an internal report on the accident that year. The person who represented the military in contacting Song Haichuan and Song Jining had always been his older brother, Huo Guanyuan. He knew about Song Jining from his older brother. At that time, he didn't know that this woman would become his wife and give birth to an outstanding son. When the accident happened 18 years ago, he was only a captain. His older brother, Huo Guanyuan, who was also Lu Yuan, was already a senior colonel. At that time, he was already married to Song Jining, and his child was already 12 years old. At first, he didn't know what project they were working on. It wasn't until Song Jining and his older brother, Huo Guanyuan, had an accident at the same time that he, as a family member, learned a little about it. He didn't believe that the accident was the natural result of the experiment's failure. Later, the higher his position climbed, the more facts he learned, and the more confused his goals became. The more he knew, the more it proved that the experiment's failure was indeed a natural result. Because such a major experimental accident, the military and the government would definitely not let it go. They would definitely investigate thoroughly. As his security level rose, those top-secret documents were placed in front of him one by one. The more he looked at them, the more he realized that he had indeed been overthinking back then. Now that even his older brother, who he thought had been sacrificed, had returned, his faith was almost shaken. Could it be that he was really worried for nothing? Or was that accident a trap to begin with? A trap to make his older brother disappear so that he could appear in another identity. However, Song Jining's biological father, once the most famous high-energy physicist in Huaxia, Song Haichuan, had really died in that experimental accident. He knew very well because he was the one who had buried Song Haichuan's body as his son-in-law and held a grand funeral for him. Apart from Song Haichuan, there were also many experimenters and soldiers from the military carrying out secret missions. All in all, there were hundreds of people. If the experimental accident at that time was really the natural result of the experiment's failure, then these people could still be said to have sacrificed their lives for science. The path of scientific development had always been a path filled with dangers and thorns. However, Guangchen thought about it for a long time and still didn't think that it was a trap. Because he knew the military very well. They wouldn't let so many people die just to hide one person's identity. He believed that the experiment had indeed failed. But the question was the experiment's failure a natural result or was it manipulated? If it was manipulated, then there must be a purpose. What was this person's purpose? Because in the past 18 years, if there really was a mastermind behind the scenes, there had been no movement from this mastermind. Huo Guanchen's thoughts were on the road, which was after Huo Guanyuan's return, and he had once walked into a dead end. It wasn't until some people began to use Guo Huaning to get close to him and treat him like a fish that he discovered new clues. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2030, The Two Whatevers. There were two updates today. At 8:30 p.m. on the second update. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2042. The Institute of High Energy Physics was bustling with activity. The master's students and doctoral students were concentrating on Lu Jin's class. Song Jining and her lab staff were having a meeting in the conference room to summarize their recent experimental results. Even the uncles and aunties sweeping the floor and the security guards guarding the entrance were all focused and meticulous. The place looked simple and unadorned. Even the sign, Institute of High Energy Physics, at the door was just a long wooden board with black words on a white background. However, this was one of the most advanced technological bases in the Huaxia Empire. Of course, with Lu Jin's arrival, this place had become the most cutting-edge technological base in the Huaxia Empire. In the conference room of the Institute of High Energy Physics, all kinds of discussions were in full swing. Director Song, a foreign laboratory, recently announced that they have observed gravitational waves. Two black holes located 1.3 billion light-years away emitted gravitational waves while entangled with each other, confirming Einstein's prediction more than 100 years ago. In other words, massive objects can indeed affect the distribution of space-time. That's right, Director Song. Doesn't this prove that our research direction for so many years is correct? Song Jining nodded with a smile. Gravity waves do exist. The foreign laboratory's discovery is very exciting. Hearing Song Jining's affirmation, the laboratory staff seemed to be even more excited. Does that mean that time and space are indeed changeable and can even detect the changes of time and space according to the bending and deviation of light? Black holes can affect each other and produce gravity waves. From the perspective of quantum mechanics, is it possible for multiple universes or worlds to exist at the same time? The person who asked this question was a very lively and cheerful staff member in Song Jining's laboratory who liked to discuss problems with others. Even Song Jining knew that his name was Sui Qinghong. He was in his 30s and looked gentle and handsome. His family background was not only rich but also had a certain amount of power. Unlike the rest of his family, Sui Qinghong was obsessed with physics research. Although his results in physics were not outstanding, he was very good at hands-on experiments. Back then, he tried many times but failed to become a postgraduate student at the Institute of High Energy Physics. Later, he used his family's connections and went through another experimental examination before he became a researcher at the Institute of High Energy Physics. She looked at Sui Qinghong and said with a faint smile, "Are you interested in the multi-world theory?" Who wouldn't be interested? The conference room roared with laughter. The theory of particle physics was profound and obscure. People who spent their entire lives studying it would inevitably be a bit boring. However, most of the people in this conference room were middle-aged and young people. They had not reached the age of old yet, and were still brimming with inspiring vitality. Although the multi-worlds theory only exists in the theoretical stage and can only be deduced from science fiction, more and more astronomical discoveries have proved that the theory is correct and feasible. Sui Qinghong said excitedly and gestured with his hands. For example, gravity waves have been observed. Then, can we use gravity waves as energy to break the barrier of time and space and detect the reality of multiple worlds? Ha ha ha. Little Zwa, you're too imaginative. We've only just observed the gravity wave, and you're already thinking of traveling to a parallel world. Yes, it's me. As long as I see the photo of my favorite idol, I can immediately imagine which kindergarten our children will go to in the future. Yeah, I haven't bought the lottery yet. I'm already thinking about how to write my will. Otherwise, if I win the lottery, my children will fight over the inheritance. That would be quite a tragedy. Forget it. If you want to have children fight over the inheritance, shouldn't you have a girlfriend first? If you don't even have a girlfriend, how can you have children fight over the inheritance? Shouldn't you ask him if he has a chance of winning the lottery first? Why are you talking about children fighting over the inheritance? Ha 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 ha. I've been led astray by him. Song Jining pursed her lips and laughed as she listened to her subordinates jesting. The verification of the multi-worlds theory was top secret even in the Institute of High Energy Physics. It was not something that an ordinary researcher would know. In the past year, there had been a major breakthrough in magnetic field energy, but this breakthrough was based on the experimental notes left behind by Gu Xiangwen. And this Gu Xiangwen, of course, was not Lu Jin from the other world, but the Gu Xiangwen who was born and raised in this world and died in the submarine a few years ago. Therefore, only Song Jining and a few scientists from the military participated in the experimental verification. In the end, Song Jining was the only one who successfully used the magnetic field energy to activate the resonance of the magnetic field. However, now that she saw that her researchers were on the right track, Song Jining was still very pleased. Without Gu Xiangwen's research results, they would definitely have reached the right destination in the end. But she did not know how long it would take. It could be a few decades, a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years. This was because breakthroughs in cutting-edge scientific research relied on people, genius scholars. And the probability of such a genius scholar appearing was too low. There was an Einstein abroad, and the theory that he had proposed more than 100 years ago was still being discussed and verified. And Gu Xiangwen, the most powerful genius scientist of his generation in Huaxia, had been killed at the age when he was most likely to produce results. Song Jining's mood sank again when she thought of Gu Xiangwen, who had been hunted down by the Japanese and whose last family had died a violent death. She sat in the laboratory, listening to the heated discussion of the researchers, but she did not hear a single word. It was not until someone knocked on the door that everyone's imagination was interrupted. Is Director Song here? Song Jining came back to her senses and looked up to see Lu Jin standing at the door with an unhappy expression. Her mood immediately improved. The Gu Xiangwen on this side was gone, but the Gu Xiangwen in the other world was even more powerful. And he was willing to stay in Huaxia. She stood up. Professor Lu, is your class over? Do you have time to discuss it with everyone? Lu Jin scoffed. I'm afraid that discussing it with these people will lower my IQ. He pointed at the experimenters in the conference room and said disdainfully, their brains are a little smaller than those who write novels. Their logic is a little worse than that of real physicists. Director Song, if you deal with these people every day, it will affect your way of thinking. The people in the conference room were a little embarrassed, but they were used to Lu Jin's frequent mockery. In the entire Institute of High Energy Physics, Song Jining was the only one who had not been mocked by Lu Jin in person. Thinking of this, everyone calmed down and no one was particularly angry. Only Zhu Qinghong's eyes lit up. He went up to him and said, Professor Lu, do you know that the foreign laboratory has recently observed gravitational waves? Can you discuss it with everyone? Lu Jin glared at him. Gravitational waves exist to begin with. What's so strange about observing them? If you have the ability, simulate gravitational waves in the laboratory yourself. The conference room was instantly filled with researchers kneeling on the ground. Do you think our laboratory is space? You're still simulating gravitational waves in the laboratory. Are you going to create 2 black holes too? No one said anything, but the look in their eyes made it clear. Lu Jin glared at them. What? You don't believe me? Do you want me to? Okay, Professor Lu, I have something to tell you. It's about Nianji. Song Jining quickly stood up to smooth things over and pulled Lu Jin away. Lu Jin followed Song Jining into her office with a sullen expression. He muttered, "Humph. What's so great about a bunch of old men in their 70s and 80s observing gravitational waves? I observed it with my own telescope when I was less than 10 years old." This was the second update of the day, Chapter 2031, Young Geniuses Have Been Born Since Ancient Times. There were 2 updates today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2043. After walking into Song Jining's office, Lu Jin closed the door behind her and immediately asked. What happened to Nianji? You want to talk to me alone? Did something happen to her? Song Jining turned around in surprise. No, why would Professor Lu think that? But you were the one who pulled me in just now and said you had something to tell me about Nianji. Lu Jin looked at her suspiciously. You know how nervous and important I am to my girl. I know. Song Jining walked to her desk and sat down, thinking about how to smooth things over. She had just said that it had something to do with Nianji. She was just looking for a topic to quickly take Lu Jin away. Song Jining was actually not good at dealing with people, but she was different from Lu Jin, who had a severe interpersonal disorder. She at least had the kindness and magnanimity of a woman. She usually wouldn't take the initiative to make things difficult or mock others. Of course, she also knew that if someone else had said those words, they would definitely be making things difficult or mocking her. However, when it came from Lu Jin's mouth, it was the truth. She had no choice but to accept it. She had pulled Lu Jin away because she was afraid that he would say too much and say something that was too advanced. Sitting in her office, Song Jining rubbed her temples. She had a headache. Lu Jin's personality didn't seem to be suitable to be a professor. Because he was too smart, his learning process was different from that of ordinary people. This made it very difficult for him to become a successful educator. Moreover, those masters and doctoral students, even if they were already top scientific researchers and the best in the eyes of the public, were still not enough in Lu Jin's eyes. He was actually suitable for special research, all kinds of inventions, and then show the results to others for everyone to worship. Teaching and educating people was not his style. Lu Jin sat in front of Song Jining. Seeing her troubled expression, he understood. He shrugged nonchalantly and said, "If Director Song thinks I've made too many enemies for you, you can fire me." He wasn't worried about work or money. Song Jining saw that he had misunderstood and said, "Professor Lu, don't say that. Why am I worried that you'll make enemies? What are you talking about?" She continued without hesitation, "Professor Lu's enemy is my enemy. Whoever goes against Professor Lu is going against me. Do you still have to doubt my admiration for Professor Lu?" Lu Jin beamed when he heard this. He gave Song Jining a thumbs up and said rudely, "You have good taste. Director Song is a true genius scholar." Praising him meant that he had a good eye. This person was really too conceited. Song Jining was amused by him. She decided to tell him directly, "Professor Lu is right. The people in the institute aren't that great. It's a waste of time for you to teach them." Lu Jin nodded repeatedly. "It's a waste of time, but I have nothing to do recently. I have to live even if I don't waste time. If I can help Director Song with a few lessons, I'll treat it as helping the poor." Well, he even knew about poverty alleviation. It was obvious that he had too much time. Song Jining didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said softly, Professor Liu, this isn't the main point. The main point is that I'm worried that you'll be provoked and reveal your true abilities. Your true level has far surpassed our era. It's not suitable to show it to the public. Lu Jin raised his head proudly. My research is indeed not suitable to be shown to the public. They will be scared. Yes, so why don't you be the chief scientist of our Institute of High Energy Physics in the future? I'll apply for an unlimited budget for you, and you can do whatever research you want. Lu Jin's eyes lit up. Chief scientist. That's a good idea. I like it. He rubbed his chin happily. My girl is the chief legal advisor of the Senate, and I'm her father. I can't be too bad. The father of the chief legal advisor has to be the chief scientist. Song Jining smiled and remembered. Yes, that's what I wanted to tell you about Ninji's problem. Lu Jin quickly stopped smiling and sat up straight. Go ahead. Ninji works in the upper house of parliament. She's currently the chief legal advisor of the upper house. If she wants to take a step forward in the Senate and really become Speaker Long's successor, then she has to pay attention to her image and social influence, because both the upper and lower houses of parliament are elected. Song Jining paused. Elections can't be said to be the best mechanism, but as representatives of the public, there's no other way but to elect. Lu Jin nodded. Get to the point. I know what elections are about, and I also know about public representatives. This is what Ninji needs to consider, but does it have anything to do with me? Song Jining continued to remind him, you're Ninji's biological father. When she really runs for office, her background and identity will be known to the public. If you offend too many people and people find out that she's your biological daughter, do you think those people will come out to stir up trouble and create obstacles for Ninji? Lu Jin was instantly furious. He slammed his hands on the desk. Who would dare? Whoever creates obstacles for my girl, I'll teach them a lesson. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Whether it's stirring up trouble or spreading rumors, let those people try. If I don't overturn those people's assets, I'll break off my father-daughter relationship with my girl. Song Jining, it seemed like he was serious. He had even said break off their father-daughter relationship. Song Jining instantly had a better impression of Lu Jin. A person who loved his daughter so selflessly and was a genius scientist that no one could hope to reach. This kind of person was a true dragon among men. She regretted using such words to persuade Lu Jin, so she quickly said sincerely, Professor Liu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Please forgive me. Song Jining didn't have any idle baggage. She would apologize when she needed to. She had never been vague, and she didn't care about face. Lu Jin especially appreciated this about her. Although Song Jining's IQ wasn't top-notch in Lu Jin's opinion, she was many times higher than the average smart person. Moreover, Song Jining had never been shy about taking the initiative to apologize. This was something that Lu Jin couldn't do. It was impossible for him to apologize, not in this lifetime. Unless he was facing Ninji, which was a different matter. In Lu Jin's heart, he was very clear about the difference between close and distant. Director Song, you're too polite. I understand what you mean. I'll be careful in the future, but I really won't be provoked by others to reveal all my secrets. Lu Jin spread his hands. Don't forget, my father is a top psychologist and is good at hypnosis. I'm not as good at it as he is, but I've learned a little. Reading people's expressions is an introductory course in psychology. I know all about it, but I don't want to use it. Lu Jin rolled his eyes. It's because I understand it that I find it ridiculous and boring. Song Jining pursed her lips and smiled. She turned on the computer and began to apply for a personal laboratory for Lu Jin. She asked, then if you become the chief scientist of our Institute of High Energy Physics and have your own laboratory, do you still need an assistant? You can't do some experiments alone, right? There are a few lab laborers. Lu Jin counted with his fingers. I can't have a socialite butterfly who has great strength, can move, and is tight-lipped. Not only can I not have her, but as long as she gets within 3 meters of my laboratory, she will be shot down by a laser. Song Jining, had she come up with a bad idea? However, when she saw Lu Jin excitedly calculating what kind of equipment he wanted for his personal laboratory and what kind of laborers he needed, she held back. This was the most suitable research method for Lu Jin. Song Jining didn't want to force Lu Jin to do those time-wasting things. After the two of them finished discussing, they began to talk about the research project to start. Lu Jin said, I'll be frank first. My own civilian project won't be given to your Institute of High Energy Physics. Those are for Boss Lu. He's the one who earns money for me. If those patents don't earn him money, he'll quit cooking for me and Ninji. Song Jining, she said faintly. President Lu also cooks for me. Lu Jin blinked slyly, his expression still stubborn. I've known Boss Lu for so many years, and I know his bad habit. Whenever he sees a woman he likes, he'll take the initiative to cook for her. Actually, why bother? A woman likes a man, not a chef. Song Jining felt very uncomfortable and immediately said, President Lu cooking is a good thing. How did he become a chef? Are you worthy of President Lu's cooking for you all these years? And it was especially delicious. Lu Jin laughed in his heart, but he still stiffened his neck and said, if a chef doesn't cook well, can he still be called a chef? Not everyone who goes into the kitchen to cook is called a chef. For example, I also know a thing or two, but I can't be called a chef because I'm not a professional. But cooking isn't President Lu's profession either. Song Jining couldn't help but speak up for Lu Yuan. He has his own profession, and cooking is just his hobby. Professor Lu's words are biased. Ah, that's not what the last woman said. Lu Jin lied through his teeth. Lu Jin lied through his teeth. Boss Lu likes her, so he deliberately said that his house was being renovated and stayed at that woman's house. He took good care of her 3 meals a day and even delivered food to her unit. Unfortunately, the last woman didn't cherish him at all and treated him as a cook. Boss Lu was heartbroken and had been silent for many years. Recently, he started cooking for the woman he liked again. Song Jining felt that something was wrong, but her mind was stuck on the words, the last woman, and couldn't wrap her head around it for a moment. She asked in confusion. President Lu used to like a woman. Was it over there? That woman actually didn't like President Lu. Sigh, what a heartless person. I'm sorry for the delicacies that President Lu prepared. Wasting delicacies will be struck by lightning and punished by retribution. Lu Jin, he was very puzzled. I've already made it so obvious, yet you still haven't reacted. Do you like her or don't like her? Give me a definite answer. Lu Jin made up his mind and was about to ask on Lu Yuan's behalf when Song Jining's office intercom suddenly beeped. Song Jining turned it on, and a woman's sweet voice rang out. Director Song, Minister Shi from the Ministry of Education is here. Do you want to meet him? The Minister of the Ministry of Education was here, so how could Song Jining not see him? She immediately said, I'll be right there. Please invite Minister Shi to the reception room. Lu Jin hated dealing with these bureaucrats the most. He also stood up. Then I'll go back first. You go ahead. Song Jining nodded. I can mention the matter of applying for a budget to the Minister of Education in person. In theory, this is funded by the Ministry of Education, but the Senate can also play a big role. I'll talk to Nianji when I get back tonight. Okay, it doesn't matter if you don't have money. Boss Lu will think of a way, Lu Jin said lightly and walked out first. When he opened the door, he saw a sweet-looking woman. Her round face was like a red apple, and she was dressed very lively. She was the one who had been talking just now. Lu Jin knew that her name was Kai Zhaohe. She was a very popular girl among the master's students at the Institute of High Energy Physics. There weren't many women who studied physics to begin with. Occasionally, there would be one or two whose looks weren't flattering. Therefore, a beautiful and intelligent girl like Kai Zhaohe was especially popular in the Institute of Physics. But it wouldn't work with Lu Jin. He glanced at her and said naturally, "You're smiling so happily and obsequiously. Did you pass the exam this time? I remember you only got 10 points last time. The full score was 50 points. Of course, she didn't pass with 10 points. What a slap in the face." Kai Zhaohe's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She said in a trembling voice, Professor Liu, I'll definitely do well next time. There won't be a next time. You're fired." Lu Jin walked out without looking back. Kai Zhaohe burst into tears. Song Jining continued to have a headache and said helplessly, "It's just being fired from Professor Liu's course, not from the Institute of High Energy Physics. Why are you crying?" It was better not to comfort her. Kai Zhaohe was even more upset. She covered her face and turned to run away. Song Jining's assistant rushed over at this moment and was secretly amused. She said, "Students nowadays have hearts of glass. They can't say a single harsh word. Don't mind them." "Why should I mind? She's the one who should mind. She only got 10 points on the exam. Our Institute of High Energy Physics also has to consider the expulsion system. We can't be like other schools and still give students a chance to take a make-up exam." Song Jining waved her hand nonchalantly. "Think carefully about how to draft the rules. Don't accept so many people. People who do academia value quality over quantity." She remembered that when her father, Song Haichuan, was the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, there weren't so many people in the institute. For the past 10 years, Bai Jini had been in charge. She wanted nothing more than to turn a high-end research institute into a university campus where people came and went. Her assistant nodded. "I'll discuss the rules with the people in the secretariat. You can go and see Minister Shi. He's been waiting for a while." Song Jining followed her assistant into the reception room. Minister Shi was the minister of the Ministry of Education under the cabinet. He was in his 50s and had a kind face. He did have the demeanor of an educator. In recent years, he had vigorously carried out educational reforms. He had lightened the burden on students and prohibited teachers from assigning too much homework. He was simply worrying about primary school students all over the country. Song Jining was not used to this. Learning was a difficult process. If one couldn't even endure the hardships of learning, what future prospects would they have in the future? However, the funding of the Institute of High Energy Physics was still managed by the Ministry of Education, so Song Jining still had to treat him politely. She walked into the reception room and was surprised to find that in addition to Minister Shi, there was also an elegant woman sitting next to him. Seeing her come in, the woman stood up. She was not short and was about the same height as Song Jining. She smiled and nodded elegantly at her. "Are you Director Song? It's an honor to meet you." This was today's big chapter update of 4,000 words, chapter 2032. There's no next time. Today, the two chapters merged into one. It was a little late. Moi. Chapter 2044. Song Jining had never seen this woman before. Minister Shi introduced her with a smile. "This is Ms. Yuan Jinan. She's the heir to Chile's Yuan Group. Chile is a country that's rich in minerals. Ms. Yuan's family controls almost 80% of Chile's mineral resources. She really does have a mine in her family, ha 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 ha." Song Jining smiled and nodded at Yuan Jinan. "Hello, Ms. Yuan." She sat down in the guest room. Yuan Jinan gracefully sat back next to Minister Shi and asked in surprise, Director Song is so young and beautiful, but she's the director of such a high-tech research institute. That's amazing. Her Chinese was very accurate, but because it was so accurate, it was obvious that she had put in a lot of effort to learn it. It wasn't her mother tongue since she was a child. Song Jining smiled and said, could it be that in Ms. Yuan's heart, being young and beautiful and being the director of a high-tech research institute can't coexist? That's not what I meant. I'm just lamenting that Director Song is the kind of beauty who can clearly rely on her face to make a living, but has to rely on her talent. Yuan Jinan said humorously, you're the most beautiful Chinese woman I've ever seen. With your looks, you can instantly beat those superstars who boast about their beauty. You flatter me. Song Jining sized Yuan Jinan up carefully. It could be seen that Yuan Jinan had also taken good care of herself. Her skin was smooth and delicate, with a soft pearl-white glow. Her eyes were as clear as spring water, and she had a pair of naturally willowy eyebrows. She had a small nose, and her lips were a little dark, so she used matte lipstick. When she smiled, she looked gentle and beautiful. However, it was obvious that it was a superficial skin care, which was completely different from Song Jining's gene-level youthful glow. In other words, although Yuan Jinan looked young, everyone could tell that her real age was definitely over 40. As for Song Jining, even those who were familiar with her couldn't connect her with her real age. Because she looked young, it was engraved in her bones. Yuan Jinan praised Song Jining a few more times, but Song Jining only listened with a smile and didn't say anything else. Yuan Jinan's mouth was dry after talking for a long time, so she could only look at Minister Shi awkwardly. Minister Shi sat between the two beauties, feeling unreal as if he had become a handsome man. After being glanced at by Yuan Jinan, he came back to his senses and said with a smile, Director Song, it's like this. After our trade war with the United States, many raw materials and mineral resources from the United States were put on the tax increase list. However, the country is already prepared. They have already found large suppliers of agricultural products and mineral resources in South America. Ms. Yuan is one of the best of them. She heard that our country treats foreign businessmen very well, so she returned to China to investigate for a few months. She felt that the domestic environment is very suitable for her family to expand into new fields, so she decided to invest in our country. She also wants to find a research institute to cooperate with. She wants to hand over some of the problems that require technological breakthroughs to our country's research institute. The Hara Corporation will provide the money, and we will provide the manpower. Song Jining shook her head. Minister Shi, our Institute of Physics doesn't lack money, and we don't do industrial-level technical research. Ms. Yuan has come to the wrong place. You can introduce our country's private enterprises to Ms. Yuan. She will definitely be able to find a good partner. Yuan Jinan didn't expect Song Jining to reject her outright. She said regretfully, I see. Actually, I also want to contribute to China's scientific research. Since Director Song isn't interested, Minister Shi was a little anxious. He quickly said, Director Song, aren't you applying to the cabinet for funding? Your Institute of High Energy Physics is a subordinate institution of our Ministry of Education. The Cabinet Budget Committee has transferred your funding application to our department. To tell you the truth, this year's budget is a little tight. Our policy now is to encourage subordinate institutions to mainly raise their own funds, and the department's funding is secondary. Song Jining looked disapproving. You can say this to other institutions, but you can't say it to our Institute of High Energy Physics. Even if your entire department's budget is cut, you still have to allocate funds to our Institute of Physics. This is not negotiable. She actually didn't give face to Minister Shi in front of a foreign guest. The gentle smile on Minister Shi's face couldn't hold on any longer. Director Song, you must be joking, right? Minister Shi blinked. The balding parted hair on his head was shiny. This year, the budget of all the cabinet departments has been cut. Are you making things difficult for me? Song Jining couldn't talk to Minister Shi about the budget in public. She raised an eyebrow. This is your problem, not mine. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Her time was already very tight. Other than experiments, the only thing she could spare time to do was to apply for funding. Now this Minister of Education actually dared to tell her that the Institute of High Energy Physics funding would be cut. It was really the biggest joke in the world. Yuan Jinan saw how tough Song Jining was and didn't continue to insist. She smiled and nodded. I didn't think it through. Actually, I have also contacted several engineering universities. They are all very interested. Since Director Song's Institute of Physics doesn't need it, then forget it. She stood up gracefully and reached out to Song Jining again. Director Song, see you again if fate allows it. Song Jining raised her hand and said with a smile, I didn't wash my hands after the experiment. I'm sorry, I can't shake hands with you. But don't worry, you will definitely find a good partner. I hope you can invest in industries in China. The conditions will definitely be better than in Chile. Yuan Jinan could only withdraw his hand and said embarrassedly, Thank you for your kind words, Director Song. Sorry for disturbing. She nodded slightly at Song Jining and left the reception room in a hurry without waiting for Minister Shi to get up. Minister Shi stood up and whispered to Song Jining, Director Song, I'm not lying to you. This year's funding is really very tight. Our department has been holding frequent meetings recently to discuss the funding of the institutions under the Ministry of Education. Why did you refuse? Ms. Yuan can really provide a lot of funding. Song Jining said with a smile, This is a problem for you to consider, but our Institute of Physics is not an ordinary institution. We have special rules that even private enterprises can't cooperate with us, let alone foreign investors. Ha! Really? Minister Shi took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on his forehead. But this year's funding is really not easy to approve. If the ministry really doesn't have the money, then forget it. If there is and they don't want to share it with us, I must talk to the cabinet and the Prime Minister. Song Jining said with a hidden meaning, Why don't you ask Prime Minister Bai and see if he agrees with your approach? Minister Shi did not dare to ask Prime Minister Bai. He hurriedly said, Director Song, don't worry. We will cut anyone's funding but not your Institute of High Energy Physics. I just wanted to give you a chance to generate income. Who would complain about having too much money? Right? But to be honest, this year's funding shortage is a common phenomenon. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. If there isn't even rice, how can we share it? Is that so? Song Jining did not really believe Minister Shi's words. Seeing that Minister Shi softened when he heard that she wanted to talk to Prime Minister Bai, she said meaningfully, Minister Shi, don't bring strangers to our Institute of High Energy Physics in the future. The security here is very tight. Okay. I was kind enough to help you today. If you don't appreciate it, then forget it. Why threaten me? Minister Shi glared at Song Jining angrily and left in a huff. Song Jining looked at Minister Shi's back and frowned. What's this Minister Shi's name again? Shi Liji. Her assistant said faintly next to her. This was today's first update, Chapter 2033, Shi Liji. Today's second update. At 8:30 in the evening. Moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 2045. Song Jining snorted, but she didn't complain in front of her subordinates. She only said, Find out the funding applications for our Institute of Physics and count them. See how many of them haven't responded yet. If they exceed the time we requested, prepare a memo and send it directly to Prime Minister Bai and Speaker Long. Also, forward a memo to General Ji of the military and Chief Gu of the Senate. How dare he touch the funds of the Institute of High Energy Physics? This Minister of Education really lived up to his name. When Song Jining returned to her office, she passed by a small classroom and heard someone talking. She glanced inside and found that it was Sui Qinghong comforting Kai Zhaohe, who was crying his eyes out. This was the master's student who had just been rebuked by Lu Jin, and she was still crying. Song Jining frowned. She was seriously considering whether the Institute of High Energy Physics should cancel the enrollment of master's students and only recruit PhD students and postdocs. This way, he would be older, more mature, and more resistant to pressure. Only exceptional geniuses would be accepted as an exception. With this thought in mind, Song Jining returned to her office and began to draft new articles and documents. Sui Qinghong caught a glimpse of Song Jining's figure walking past the door from the corner of his eye. He knocked on the desk with a headache. "Zhaohe, what problem can you solve by crying like this? Why don't you think about how to make up for your grades? Why don't you just pass the next test?" But that Professor Lu's questions are tricky and harsh. He even tests things that aren't in the textbook. Sui Qinghong frowned. Professor Lu is very good. How can the textbooks compare to him? Didn't he find a lot of mistakes in the textbooks? Kai Zhaohe choked and shouted, "I'm just a student. I only know how to study the textbooks. If he says he's wrong, then he's wrong. If he's so capable, why doesn't he go compile textbooks? Showa, you're a master's student now, you can't always mention textbooks." Sui Qinghong stood up. He felt that he had already done his best. Learn to think independently and listen to Professor Lu's lectures. If you don't cherish this precious opportunity, then don't go to Professor Lu's lectures. These words touched Kai Zhaohe's sore spot. She had just stopped crying, but she started wailing again. "But I've already been expelled from Professor Lu's class. They didn't even give me the chance to retake the exam." Sui Qinghong rubbed his temples and left the small classroom without saying anything. On the first Friday of December, the first snow fell in the imperial capital. The first snow was sparkling and translucent. It fluttered in the air and enveloped the bustling imperial capital in a thin layer of snow. Gu Nianji woke up in the morning and opened the windows to see the snowy scenery outside. She was overjoyed. "Ah, Ku, let's go to the snow." Ah Ku jumped up from his soft little kennel, barked, and ran out with her. Gu Nianji was wearing a former Soviet military-style white mink fur cap that covered her ears. For the convenience of running, she did not wear a knee-length coat. She only wore a dark blue glossy short down jacket from Moncler. It was energetic, warm, and particularly valiant. It matched perfectly with the white mink fur of the Soviet military uniform on her head. Holding Ah Ku's leash, she ran out the door. Gu Nianji saw Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi running back and waved at them with a smile. "Brother Xiong. Brother Zai. Good morning." "Nianji, good morning." Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi greeted her together. Zhao Liangzi also greeted the short-legged little corgi, "Ah Ku. Ah Ku, you've gained weight again recently. Look at your fat body. You're a disgrace to military dogs." Ah Ku seemed to understand what he said and pounced on him to bite him. Gu Nianji quickly pulled the leash and shouted, "Ku. Shut up. If you bite again, I'll put a chew on you." Only then did Ah Ku stop in his tracks. He didn't really bite. He only bared his teeth at Zhao Liangzi. Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang laughed and nodded to Gu Nianji. They walked past her and returned to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. The members of the Special Operations Forces who had finished their morning exercises returned from running in 2s and 3s. They all nodded to Gu Nianji and occasionally exchanged a few words. Gu Nianji was in a good mood. Her little face was flushed, and her lacquered eyes were sparkling. It was becoming more and more difficult to look away. The morning at the Special Operations Forces headquarters was so lively and bustling. After He Guangchen woke up in the morning, he went to the study to familiarize himself with the information for today's meeting. It was all prepared by the personal secretary for him and placed in the study. He only needed to look through it once. It was originally just a daily operation, but when he saw that the secretary had mixed in a report on the military budget, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. The political department didn't care about the budget, but the military's budget was also subject to political review. Therefore, before the final approval, all the application reports that had passed the budget review would be sent to the political department for final political review. He actually saw an application from the Institute of High Energy Physics among the application reports from the various military agencies. He quickly pulled out the application and read it. It turned out that Song Jining had applied for funding for Liu Jin's personal laboratory. This was because Liu Jin had made it very clear that his civilian project was intended to be patented and earn money for Liu Yuan's company. He would not give it to the Institute of High Energy Physics. His research projects at the Institute of High Energy Physics were all in cooperation with the military and were biased towards the development of cutting-edge weapons. Therefore, it was normal and reasonable for Song Jining to apply for funding from the military. Especially since the cabinet's budget was tight at the moment, it made sense for her to report directly to the military. But this wasn't how things worked in the past. He Guangchen checked the previous information. Sure enough, in the past, the military had transferred the money for the cooperation project to the cabinet, and then the cabinet budget committee would allocate it to the Institute of High Energy Physics. In theory, the military couldn't directly give money to the cabinet's subordinate agencies. This was considered overstepping their authority. Just like the cabinet's subordinate agencies couldn't directly ask the military for money. This was considered overstepping their authority. Song Jining had never been someone who could be unconventional in this regard. He Guangchen was sensitive enough to sense that there was a conflict between the Institute of High Energy Physics and the cabinet. He Guangchen tapped his fingers on the desk twice and called his personal secretary over to ask, "How's the political review of all the personnel at the Institute of High Energy Physics going?" "Reporting, sir, it's still under investigation." His personal secretary quickly stood at attention and said, "We've divided everyone in the Institute of High Energy Physics into several categories and marked them with different levels of importance. First, there's the management and teachers. Director Song is the leader, including 3 deputy directors, 7 professors, 8 associate professors, and 15 lecturers. Then there's the staff of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Currently, the Institute of High Energy Physics has a total of 6 specialized laboratories, and each laboratory has 30 researchers." The personal secretary paused. According to the authorized number, the researchers in these 6 specialized laboratories are already overstaffed. He Guangchen put his hands together and placed them on the desk. "How much overstaffed?" "According to the authorized number, each specialized laboratory can't have more than 20 researchers. They're overstaffed by 10 people in each laboratory." "Why is it overstaffed? Didn't you review it before?" He Guangchen asked in surprise. The personal secretary looked at He Guangchen awkwardly. Ms. Bai Jini used to be the director. At that time, the cooperation with the military had already stopped. She expanded the recruitment herself, and it had nothing to do with us. After the major accident with the military's experiment 18 years ago, the military stopped the cooperation plan with the Institute of High Energy Physics. At that time, Bai Jini was promoted to director. She didn't agree with Song Haichuan's management philosophy and was determined to make the Institute of High Energy Physics bigger and stronger. Bai Jini was flexible. Because she was from the Bai family, she was able to build good relationships with all parties. Her application for funding from the cabinet was always green-lighted. Her situation was completely different from Song Jining's. After Bai Jini was imprisoned, Song Jining recovered from her illness and took over as director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. The military reopened the experiment, and the situation of the Institute of High Energy Physics was once again noticed by the military's political department. Of course, a complete and thorough investigation had happened not long ago. Huo Guangchen thought about it. He packed up the documents and stood up. Without batting an eyelid, he said, "Inform the organization that the meeting today is cancelled. I'll personally go to the Institute of High Energy Physics." "You're going to the Institute of High Energy Physics?" Huo Guangchen's personal secretary quickly nodded. "I'll arrange the convoy and inform them that the meeting is cancelled." Huo Guangchen quickly arrived at the Institute of High Energy Physics by car. However, before he got out of the car, his personal secretary handed over his personal phone from the front seat and said, "Chief, Miss Gua is calling." Huo Guangchen took it. "Mr. Hua, this is Huining." Gua Huining said with a smile. "Are you coming to the West Mountain today? Your guard sent over fresh venison. Grandfather Huo wants to roast venison." Huo Guangchen smiled. "I still have a meeting today. I don't know if I have time. You guys eat first." With that, he hung up the phone, pushed open the car door and walked out. At that moment, in a residential building in the distance, someone took a photo with a high-definition telephoto lens and sent it to Gua Huining. Gua Huining saw Huo Guangchen's clear back on the phone and the familiar license plate. Her eyes narrowed. It seemed that the warning she gave Song Jining wasn't enough. She actually hooked up with Huo Guangchen to meet in private again. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 2034, Meeting in Private. There were 2 updates today. Mwax, Little Angels. Chapter 2046. Gua Huining stared at the photo on her phone for a long time. She didn't even realize that it was already dark outside. The servants turned on the lights in the villa. Gua Huining was shocked and instinctively looked out the window. It was already snowy. The ground and trees were covered in a thick layer of snow. It didn't look like it was snowing in the morning. She rubbed her tired eyes and let out a long sigh. Since she didn't want to be left out, she couldn't blame her for being ruthless. She walked to the window with her phone and stood for a while before dialing the number of the person who sent her the photo. "Deputy Director Jia, do you have time to let me meet your big boss?" The person on the other end was Deputy Director Jia. He smiled slightly. "You want to meet our big boss? Miss Gua, don't you believe in our abilities?" Gua Huining said softly, "Why wouldn't I believe you? You've already successfully piqued my interest. But if I don't even know who the big boss behind you is, do you think I'm stupid to want to cooperate with you on such a big matter?" She wouldn't act until she saw the rabbit. She hadn't even seen the rabbit fur yet, let alone the rabbit. Deputy Director Jia was just a pawn that she didn't want to deal with. Gua Huining was calm as she thought about the changes in herself. A few months ago, Deputy Director Jia and Do Ayan were still people she tried to please. Now the tables had turned and it was these people's turn to please her. And these changes were all because Huo Guangchen had taken a liking to her. It was all because of Huo Guangchen. Deputy Director Jia smiled awkwardly. "Miss Gua, you can actually tell me the same thing. If you could make the decision, you wouldn't want to cooperate with me." Gua Huining mercilessly exposed him. "Yes, I know you're very powerful. You were able to take that kind of photo and break through the security system of so many people. This is definitely not something an ordinary person can do." They used photos of Huo Guangchen's surveillance to show Gua Huining their power and influence. Huo Guangchen was no ordinary person. He was the director of the military headquarters political department and held the rank of general. Usually, he was escorted by a large entourage, a fleet of cars, and countless bodyguards and Secret Service personnel to ensure his safety. It was almost impossible to approach him. Gua Huining could tell that the photos had been taken with a telephoto HD lens. In other words, although these people were tailing Huo Guangchen, they didn't dare to get close to him. Instead, they could only watch from afar and use technology to track him. So what was the point of these people being powerful? Didn't he still need Gua Huining's help to get close to Wu Guanchen? Deputy Director Jiao laughed dryly and said, "It's good that Miss Gua knows. But my boss has recently gone on a business trip and isn't in the country. I'm afraid it won't be easy to contact him." "Then there's no other way. Let's wait for your boss to come back." Gua Huining pretended to hang up the phone. Deputy Director Jia finally believed what Gua Huining had said. He thought about it for a while, not daring to make the decision himself, and dialed another number. The person on the other end of the line quickly picked up the phone. "Don't call this number if there's nothing important." "How many times have I told you?" Deputy Director Jia wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly said, "It's important. Gua Huining just called and said that she wants to see you." Then he added, "She said she wouldn't follow the plan if she didn't see you." The person who picked up the phone smiled and nodded. "That's a lot of requests." "Actually, you don't have to worry about it." Deputy Director Jia whispered an idea. "Didn't you see that General Huo was fishing? Gua Huining is obviously trying to raise her own status." "Ha, I told you that we are using him as a fishing opportunity." The person coughed softly. "Okay, go and tell Gua Huining that I agree to see her." Deputy Director Jia stood up in shock. "Are you serious?" "Yes, they won't act until they see the rabbit. I can't bear to see the wolf. I'll make the trip myself." The person had agreed to Gua Huining's request so easily. Deputy Director Jia was very surprised. However, he couldn't figure out why he had agreed to it. But since the other party had agreed, he would do as he was told. Deputy Director Jia immediately called Gua Huining again to report the good news. "Miss Gua, my boss has agreed to see you immediately. Make an appointment and I'll tell you the meeting place." Gua Huining was relieved and immediately said, "I'm free next Monday." "Will your boss be coming back?" "No problem." Deputy Director Jia agreed immediately. "My boss has a private jet. Even if he's in the South Pole, he'll be back in 2 days." Gua Huining nodded with a smile. "Okay, I'll wait to see your big boss." Putting down her phone, Gua Huining hesitated for a while before going to the dining room to watch Grandfather Hua eat. She asked, "Grandfather Hua, will Mr. Zhou Maozhang and his family be coming?" Grandfather Hua nodded happily. "Baochen said he'll bring Wenna and Wenjie over to see me. Wenna recently got a boyfriend and Wenjie recently got a girlfriend. I heard they're getting married soon." He was very emotional. "Old people my age already have a lot of great-grandchildren. I hope Wenjie can work hard and let me have a great-grandchild immediately." Gua Huining's heart skipped a beat. She deliberately said, "So Hua Xiao will let you have a greater chance of having a great-grandchild. He's already engaged. When is the wedding?" "Oh, he's so capable. Who can control him?" Grandfather Hua was obviously still angry with Hua Xiaoheng. He didn't even want to mention Gu Nianji. However, Gua Huining insisted on mentioning Gu Nianji. "I heard Miss Gu doesn't want to get married for now. She said she wants to focus on her career first." "What career can she have?" "It's because of the Hua family that Senior Speaker Long and General Ji think highly of her." Grandfather Hua's expression changed. The biggest setback in his life was because of Gu Nianji. "You're an understanding person, but outsiders might not be able to see it." Gua Huining sighed as she picked up a piece of tender beef with onion for Grandfather Hua. Especially since she doesn't want to get married right away. In the eyes of outsiders, she doesn't want to bask in the Hua family's glory and rely on herself to be the chief legal advisor of the Senate. Oh, she thinks others are stupid. Does she think people can't see who's backing her just because she doesn't want to get married? Grandfather Hua couldn't even eat his favorite beef with onion. "Don't mention her to me again. If it weren't for her, Xiaoheng would have been a standing member of the Supreme Military Council a long time ago. There aren't many people who understand. Guo Huining casually comforted grandfather Hua as she said, "It's snowing outside today, so it'll be difficult to walk up the mountain tomorrow. When Mr. Zhang's family arrives tomorrow, let them stay for a few more days and wait for the snow to melt before leaving." "Yes, that's a good idea. You make the arrangements." After grandfather Hua finished dinner, he returned to his room to video chat with Zhang Baoqin. He talked about the family going up the mountain tomorrow and staying for a few days. Of course, Zhang Baoqin agreed readily. "I'm fine with it. It's just that Wenna and Wenjie have to work on Monday." "That's fine. Let Guo Huining send them down the mountain to work." The father and son arranged the errands with Guo Huining in the video chat. Guo Huining called Huo Guanchen again. This time, she didn't have to wait long before Huo Guanchen answered. "Huining, what's up?" Huo Guanchen sounded a little tired. Guo Huining was very worried and whispered, "Mr. Hua, are you done with your meeting? The venison here is getting old." Huo Guanchen chuckled quietly. "You guys eat first. I'll see if I'm free to go up the mountain tomorrow." "Okay, I'll wait for you," Guo Huining said gently and immediately hung up. She seemed worried that Huo Guanchen would reject her. Huo Guanchen watched her hang up before asking his personal secretary, "Are you sure? Guo Huining has an appointment with the big boss over there." This is today's first chapter, chapter 2035, Don't Release the Falcon Without Seeing the Hare. Today is Monday again, my dear friend's recommendation votes it's 2 o'clock today. At 8:30 p.m. the next night. Moi moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2047. Huo Guanchen's personal secretary nodded seriously. Yes, the surveillance found out. They called to confirm and asked Miss Guo to pick the time and place. Then what time did she pick? Huo Guanchen asked calmly. The other party said that their big boss would be returning immediately, so Miss Guo picked next Monday. Mondays were usually Huo Guanchen's busiest time. Besides, he had already promised to visit grandfather Hua this weekend, so he definitely wouldn't be going back on Monday. Huo Guanchen smiled sarcastically. "Okay, Monday it is. Send more people to keep an eye on them, and remember not to alert them." It snowed for an entire day and night in the imperial capital. Huo Guanchen had planned to visit grandfather Hua at the West Mountain Villa the next day, but because of the heavy snow, his motorcade couldn't go. He could only call to ask. Guo Huining wasn't disappointed, but when Huo Guanchen said sorry, she immediately felt better. She smiled and said it was fine, then set up a time to meet again. Although Huo Guanchen said it was the time to visit grandfather Hua, in Guo Huining's heart, it had already become a date with her. At noon, Zhang Baoqin actually brought Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie to the West Mountain Villa. Looking at the snow stains on their legs that almost reached their knees, Guo Huining was both emotional and gratified. She smiled and said, "You're finally here. Grandfather Hua has been talking about you all morning, and I thought you wouldn't come." Zhang Baoqin smiled and changed his shoes at the entrance. "How could I not come? I said I would come, so I will definitely come." When he saw grandfather Hua, he was even more touched and happy than Guo Huining. He said loudly, "They said the snow was too heavy to come, but how could you come? It all depends on whether you have the heart or not." Zhang Baoqin knew grandfather Hua very well, and smiled when he heard this. "Dad, who are you talking about?" "Who else? It's your second brother," grandfather Hua laughed. "He actually called me this morning and said he couldn't come because the snow was too heavy." Guo Huining quickly explained on Huo Guanchen's behalf, "Sir, it's not that General Hua doesn't want to come, but it's inconvenient for him to travel. He can't come like Mr. Zhang, the entire motorcade." As she spoke, she looked at Zhang Baoqin and gestured. "What do you think, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Baoqin laughed awkwardly and said sourly, "That makes sense. second brother's status is different. He's a general, so of course he'll be surrounded by people when he goes out. Unlike us, who parked our cars at the temporary parking lot at the foot of the mountain and climbed up on our own two legs. On the side, Zhang Wenjie said in a daze, actually, the mountain road has already been swept. It's really not easy to have snow-sweeping workers on such a remote mountain so early in the morning. Gua Huining smiled and nodded. Yeah, this isn't an ordinary place. If we want to clear the snow, we have to do it here first. It's just that it's only the sidewalk, cars can't get on it. Grandfather Hua smiled and pointed at Gua Huining. You have a glib tongue. You're afraid that I'll say something bad about Guanqin. Grandfather Hua, what are you talking about? Gua Huining blushed and waved her hand shyly. She turned around and went out to instruct the chef to cook. Because the snow on the mountain had not been completely swept, it was too difficult for Zhang Baoqin and the others to go up and down the mountain. Therefore, the three of them stayed at the West Mountain Villa for 2 days after arriving and only went down the mountain with Gua Huining on Monday. At this time, the road on the mountain had already been swept. Gua Huining drove Zhang Baoqin, Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie down the mountain to the temporary parking lot. When they arrived, Gua Huining opened the car door and let them out. She smiled and said, I'm going into the city to buy something. Help yourselves. Zhang Wenna asked curiously, you need to go into the city to buy something? Can't you buy it online now? Shopping was so tiring. As an otaku, she had long since disliked crowded shopping malls. Gua Huining was stunned, but quickly said, there are too many fake goods online. It's better to go to a real store to compare the goods. Okay. Zhang Wenna could only nod. Sister Huining, you're a rich person. You can't compare to us. Gua Huining smiled and drove into the city. After a weekend, the snow in the imperial capital had been swept clean. However, there were still many piles of snow on the roadside, waiting for the snowplows to be taken away. On Monday morning, the working hours had already passed. The imperial capital was not crowded. However, because the road was still slippery, it took her half an hour to reach the place where they had agreed to meet. Surprisingly, this person did not arrange to meet her at some high-end private place. Instead, they arranged to meet at the food stalls on the rooftop of an ordinary shopping mall. There were too many people here. Gua Huining could not figure out why the other party would do this. However, the other party was a big boss with a private jet. If he didn't mind, why would she mind? Gua Huining walked in with a Hermes platinum bag. The LV cashmere coat she was wearing did not fit in with the atmosphere here. She frowned and looked around. Suddenly, she saw a person who looked familiar. He was wearing a short gray cashmere coat. The coat was open, revealing a collared cashmere sweater. He wore a silver gray striped tie. He looked extremely elegant and handsome. Just like her, he also did not fit in with the environment here. Gua Huining was very surprised. She did not expect the big boss behind the greasy middle-aged man, Deputy Director Jia, to be so young and so good-looking. Moreover, he could lower himself to sit at a place where the general public ate. He was like a bouquet of lilies that bloomed in the dust, untainted by even a speck of dust. However, seeing his calm demeanor and Duan Ning's behavior, Gua Huining immediately recognized that this was the big boss. This feeling was not something that Deputy Director Jia, who deliberately pretended to be mysterious, could give her. She walked over with a smile and sat down in front of the man. She tapped her fingers on the plastic dining table twice. Sir, I don't think this is the first time we've met. The man looked up at her. His voice was a typical baritone, humble and neutral. Is that so? But I don't remember meeting this lady except for the photos. Don't play dumb. Gua Huining laughed. The Fates Love restaurant near the Institute of High Energy Physics. At the time, you were eating with a particularly beautiful woman on the second floor by the window. Am I right? At the time, the owner of the Fates Love restaurant had asked her to meet him. She was there and saw Song Jining and the ring that Hu Guanchen tried to give her from the surveillance camera. She had a very good memory, and because that day was special, she clearly remembered everything about that place, including the layout of the tables and chairs, and the people who were there. On the second floor of that restaurant, a man and a woman were sitting by the window not far away, following the path led by the green vines. The man was elegant and handsome, and the woman opposite him was mature and beautiful. They were a strange match. A mother and son sat in front of them on the left. The child was only 4 or 5 years old, but he was sitting in his high chair obediently. He did not yell like the other children. The child's mother was elegant and gentle. She was wiping the child's hands with a wet tissue. It was just a few people, but they were deeply embedded in her memory, just like everything that had happened that day. This man was the first person to enter her sight that day, so she naturally remembered him. I didn't expect you to have already gone that day, Gua Huining said thoughtfully. The man squinted his eyes and smiled. He said charmingly, but Miss Guo brushed past me and didn't even look at me. This is today's second chapter, chapter 2036. Today is Monday again, my dear friend's recommendation votes moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2048. Gua Huining thought that she had thought that Uncle Dong was the boss, but it turned out that there was someone even more powerful than Uncle Dong, who had been watching her from the side. Gua Huining calmly sat down opposite the man and asked with a smile, "What's your name? Where do you work?" The man was sitting in a low-class food stall, but he looked as elegant as if he were sitting in a 5-star restaurant. His back was straight, and one look was enough to tell that he came from a good family and had a strict upbringing since he was young. Gua Huining couldn't help but sit up straight. The man looked Gua Huining up and down without batting an eyelid. He smiled and extended his hand. "You can call me Kevin. It's our first time meeting. Please take care of me." Gua Huining shook his hand as well. "Hello, Mr. Kevin." In the noisy food stalls, a few children screamed as they ran past, followed by a few parents who were chasing after them in exasperation. There was a queue in front of every food stall, but no one was waiting quietly. They were either talking loudly or pushing each other. The dining environment couldn't be considered good, but it had a lively atmosphere. Kevin nodded. "Miss Guo wants to see me." "What's the matter?" Gua Huining picked up her phone and played with it. She said thoughtfully, "You guys are the ones who want me to join you. You don't have to pretend like nothing happened, right?" Kevin curled his lips, and his slender eyes formed a charming arc. He said, "Miss Gua, do you agree to join us? Don't make it sound so bad." Gua Huining shifted on the chair uncomfortably. "It's not like I'm going to do anything illegal." Kevin put away his smile. She was already at the point where she was afraid of being followed, yet this woman still had fantasies. He said calmly, "Miss Gua, it's important to know one's limits. If you don't use extreme measures, you won't be able to get what you want, not even in your next life." His words were so harsh that it was worse than a slap in the face. Gua Huining felt that not only was her face burning, but her entire body was hurting. She stood up abruptly and wanted to leave immediately. However, when she saw Kevin's dark eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, it was as if she had been immobilized. Her feet were rooted to the ground and she couldn't move a single step. Kevin's face was expressionless, and he just looked at her without moving. The diners sitting next to them felt a little strange at this time. They looked at Gua Huining and Kevin in surprise and muttered a few words, as if saying, "If you want to quarrel, go home." "Why are you quarreling in public?" Kevin looked at Gua Huining for a while, then stood up slowly and said, "Since Miss Gua still hasn't figured it out, I'll leave first." He then turned around and left. Gua Huining gritted her teeth. She didn't want to chase after him, but her feet seemed to have a mind of their own. Kevin knew that she was behind him, but he didn't stop. He maintained his normal pace and walked towards the elevator. Just as the elevator door was about to close, Kevin, he didn't stop. She opened her mouth to speak, but Kevin put a finger to his lips and shushed her. He then pointed at the surveillance camera in the elevator. Gua Huining understood, and said nothing. To him. Huining's Kevin that out. The two of them stayed silent until they got out of the elevator and walked to the sidewalk outside the building. Only then did Gua Huining say, "Mr. Kevin, what exactly do you mean?" "I didn't mean anything." Kevin put his hands in his trouser pockets and shrugged. "As I said, it depends on what Miss Gua wants." He looked up at the rare azure sky in the capital, took out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and put them on. There's an old saying in Huaxia, only those who suffer the most hardship can become the best. If Miss Gua wants to be the best, but is unwilling to work hard, then it's just a daydream. Gua Huining was furious. How was it possible that she was daydreaming? Huo Guanchen treated her so well. Although he didn't confess, what if he took the initiative to say it later? But she also knew that even though she had been by his side for several months, he was still indifferent. If she waited for him to take the initiative, she would probably have to wait until the end of time. Gua Huining couldn't wait any longer. She was also afraid that Huo Guanchen would come back to her and remarry Song Jining. If that happened, all her efforts would be in vain. Her expression changed unpredictably. After a while, she finally said, "Then what do you want me to do? Don't tell me it's actually a crime." Kevin snickered and glanced at Gua Huining. "Miss Gua is no stranger to breaking the law. Why do you have to pretend to be innocent? I'm not interested in working with an ignorant, older girl." "You're calling me an ignorant girl?" Gua Huining automatically removed the word older from her mind, but she was still bothered by the word ignorant. "Yeah, if you haven't thought about it, then you don't have to." Kevin stopped by the side of the road as if to hail a cab. He turned back to look at Gua Huining. "My time is limited, and so are our human resources. I don't have time to waste with you, Miss Gua. Miss Gua, please find someone else." Gua Huining panicked and tugged at the corner of Kevin's shirt. "Mr. Kevin, I'm just a little worried. Is there no legal way? I just want to marry General Hua, and then things will be easier after that." With the title of the general's wife, whatever she wanted, there would naturally be someone who would be smart enough to give it to her. Why would she dirty her hands? She instinctively felt that in order to become Huo Guanchen's wife, she still had to maintain her innocence. She couldn't do anything wrong, or she wouldn't be able to pass the background check. Kevin turned around to face Gua Huining. His gaze was deep as if he could see into her heart. He took a step closer and stretched out his index finger, almost touching Gua Huining's chest. "Miss Gua, no effort, no gain. The more you want to gain, the more effort you have to put in. Even these kindergarten children understand this. Don't you understand, Miss Gua?" As he finished speaking, his gaze turned cold. "Miss Gua, you can't be too greedy. If you don't want to give anything but want something that doesn't belong to you, then you might as well buy a lottery ticket and try your luck. Why do you have to plan and run into walls everywhere?" Gua Huining was very indignant. She sneered. "Why don't you just say that you're not capable enough? Otherwise, how can others get so much without giving anything?" "Who? I've never met someone like that before." "Miss Gua, why don't you tell me?" "Gu Nianji." Gua Huining blurted out. Her luck is even better than winning the lottery. But look at what she gave up. Why can't I do the same? "So it's Gu Nianji." Kevin looked at her meaningfully. "You could have competed with anyone else, but why her? She's the one who won at the starting line." Gua Huining froze. "Are you sure?" How can Gu Nianji be the one who won at the starting line? Her background is much worse than mine. She was born an orphan in an orphanage. Hua Xiao found someone to pretend to be her father so that she could be with him. You don't really think that Lu Gai is Gu Nianji's biological father, do you? At this moment, Kevin seemed to be very interested. His indifferent expression changed to one of interest. His dark eyes reflected the sunlight shining through the cracks in the trees, and the stars danced in his eyes, making his elegant and handsome face look even more lively. I didn't expect Miss Gua to be so familiar with Miss Gu's matters. Gua Huining turned her head. Her fiancé is Guanchen's only son. How could I not know? We'll be a family in the future, and the relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is the most difficult. I'm not that much older than her, so if she throws a tantrum, even I have to keep my distance. Kevin's smile widened. Looks like Miss Gua is determined to win General Hua's heart. If not, why would I look for you? Gua Huining threw caution to the wind. I already know what you're up to, so let's see if you can help me. As long as I can successfully marry Guanchen, I'll owe you a favor. When the time comes. There's no need for that. Kevin interrupted her. I don't do things on credit. If Miss Gua can't pay me the price, then pretend I never came today. My people won't continue to interact with Miss Gua, and we'll say our goodbyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a normal taxi stopped by the roadside. Kevin opened the door and got in. After giving the driver an address, he closed the door and left. Gua Huining didn't even have time to say a word before she watched him leave. She was extremely frustrated. She slapped the back of her head, thinking that she had been too indecisive. If she was indecisive, she would only get herself into trouble. Since she was already on board, why pretend to be innocent? It wasn't like she didn't know those photos were already an invasion of privacy. She was just pretending not to know. She clenched her fists and went to the parking lot to get her car. After getting in the car, she finally sent another text to Kevin. I'm on board. Kevin sat in the taxi and read Gua Huining's text on his phone. His lips curled into a smile. The driver in front was actually Uncle Dong. He gripped the steering wheel with both hands and whispered, Sir, how did it go? Kevin didn't reply to Gua Huining immediately. Instead, he put away his phone and said with a half-smile, When I met up with Gua Huining, there were at least 5 people secretly watching us. That General Hua really thinks highly of Gua Huining. Uncle Dong laughed heartily. Sir, you're still the smart one. You walked into the tiger's den and still managed to escape unscathed. Kevin looked out the window and snorted. Gua Huining is hesitant. Her personality is really not likable. She's also jealous of Gu Nianji and can't stand her. Her heart is higher than the sky, but her life is thinner than paper. She has the body of a servant and the life of a servant. She insisted on tiptoeing to be the daughter of a wealthy family. Uncle Dong said mercilessly. Serves her right to fall into the pit. Kevin nodded. She can't get off the boat. We can begin the operation. Uncle Dong drove the taxi around the imperial capital's traffic several times to shake off all the cars tailing them before driving back to their territory. Hua Guanchen sat in his office and listened to his personal secretary's report. His brows furrowed. Lost them? How did you lose them? You didn't activate the GPS. His personal secretary became embarrassed. Activating the GPS for domestic matters requires the approval of the Special Operations Forces. We haven't submitted the application yet. Hua Guanchen glanced at him. What about the surveillance cameras? There are so many surveillance cameras on the streets. Didn't you check them? I did. His personal secretary was troubled. In the end, we discovered that at a certain intersection, there were suddenly many more taxis of the same model. Even their age was similar. The surveillance cameras didn't have high resolution, so we couldn't tell which one was the real one. Oh. He has this kind of ability. Guo Guanchen smiled and nodded. All right, it seems like this person is indeed not ordinary. With this kind of ability, even if he's not the real mastermind, he's still one of the masterminds. Remember to keep an eye on Guo Huining. Yes, Chief. His personal secretary breathed a sigh of relief, but asked again, but Chief, why are we keeping an eye on them? Can't we just hand them over to the police and arrest them all? The police need evidence to arrest people. Guo Guanchen avoided talking about his true motives. They secretly took pictures of the chief's whereabouts. They're already suspected of a felony. Guo Guanchen's personal secretary said quietly. Let them. Guo Guanchen raised his hand nonchalantly. What's there to be afraid of when they're so far away? Otherwise, why would they take the bait? You can leave. Guo Guanchen's personal secretary sighed and turned to leave Guo Guanchen's office. After he left, Guo Guanchen looked up and stared blankly at the sofa area in the office. December was a holiday in the West. The days seemed to pass especially quickly. It was going to be Christmas soon. The Huaxia imperial capital was also decorated. Jingle bells, Christmas songs were played everywhere, and all kinds of Christmas decorations were sold like wildfire. Santa Claus waved and smiled at passers-by at the entrance of the shops. The children couldn't help but come up to take photos. Guo Huining had more photos in her hands. She stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the West Mountain Villa and looked at the photos of Song Jining and a tall man going in and out of various shops to buy Christmas decorations. Her face was expressionless. She only saw the man's back, and she knew who it was with a single glance. It wasn't the first time. She realized that as long as Guo Guanchen was with Song Jining, he would be perfunctory and lie to her. However, if he wasn't with Song Jining, Guo Guanchen was still quite good to her. He would pick up her call immediately. A while ago, she had something on her mind and was sick. In the end, Guo Guanchen put down his work and came to the West Mountain Villa to accompany her for 2 days. Those 2 days were like a dream to her. However, as soon as she left, Guo Guanchen reverted to his old ways and frequently interacted with Song Jining. Guo Huining was so angry that her teeth itched. However, this kind of good and bad behavior made her unable to let go. Her feelings for Guo Guanchen grew deeper and deeper. She knew she had no other choice. After standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window for a long time, Guo Huining put on her coat and left the villa. She walked up the tree-lined path on the mountain. As she walked, she turned on the Bluetooth headset connected to her phone. Guo Huining heard herself say, Mr. Kevin, I agree to your conditions as long as you can make Song Jining disappear. This is today's big chapter update of 4,000 words, chapter 2037, Make Her Disappear. Today, the 2 chapters are 1. It's a little late. If there are any changes in the future updates, I will ask my administrator to post a message on Chidian and Shuku's reading comment section. I will also try to notify you on Weibo. P.S. Thank you to Lu Mingshu for tipping 100,000 Chidian coins. Congratulations to Lu Mingshu for becoming the 37th leader of Hello, Major General. Thank you to the leader of Only Reading Makes You Happy in Life for tipping 50,000 Chidian coins. Thank you to the leaders of Millions Chasing You, Meow Little Meow, Helen 3500 Meatballs, and of Beth 1211 for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins each. Thank you all for your birthday wishes. _. Chapter 2049. Song Jining. General Hua's ex-wife. Kevin chuckled. She's already his ex-wife. Why do you want her to disappear? Guo Huining's expression grew colder. That's none of your business. Just tell me if you agree or not. What if I agree? What if I don't? Kevin sat in the tea room of a high-rise apartment on the top floor of the third ring road of the imperial capital. He slowly poured himself a cup of tea. The tea room was about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was a very narrow strip. The paper door was low, so one had to bow when entering. There was a portrait of a monk sitting cross-legged on the wall behind him. It was simple and elegant. There was an ordinary straw mat on the floor. There was only a white porcelain vase and a dark red Jingdezhen pottery pot on the ebony coffee table in front of him. He held the round teacup in his hand and lowered his head to take a sip. He was also wearing a Bluetooth headset and didn't have his phone with him. Gua Huaining was speechless for a long time. Yes, so what if she agreed? So what if she didn't agree? But she just couldn't take it lying down. At the same time, she had a faint premonition that if she really let Song Jining go, it would be difficult for her and Huo Guanchen to succeed. Even if she didn't know who her rival in love was, a woman's subconscious always had an inexplicable premonition and hostility. Gua Huaining puffed out her cheeks and clenched her fists in her pockets. Walking on the path in the West Mountains at dusk, she could see the setting sun through the sparse branches. It was yellow and hung on the ridge not far away, exuding the unique bleakness of winter. Kevin wasn't in a hurry. He blew away the green dust on his tea and quietly waited for Gua Huaining to speak. Gua Huaining walked to the end of the mountain path and watched the red sun in the distance sink below the horizon. Not a sound could be heard in the valley except for the chilly wind blowing through the treetops. She took a deep breath and looked down. It wasn't a bottomless abyss, but it was a bottomless cliff. Looking at the path ahead, the elegant and quaint villa was already lit up. The lights dotted the mountains at dusk, like an ethereal mountain in the clouds. That was the level she had worked hard to reach since she was a child, Gua Huaining finally said. As long as you can make Song Jining disappear, I will only work with you in the future. He was tying the rest of his life to Kevin's group. Kevin chuckled again. Okay. Miss Gua, since you've agreed, fine, I'll help you. Gua Huaining's clenched fists gradually loosened, and a smile reappeared on her face. But before she could smile, Kevin said. But I have a condition. What condition? You know Song Jining's status and the security around her. Making her disappear isn't something that can be done with just a few words, Kevin said rationally. Gua Huaining nodded. That's why I came to you. If you don't have the ability, why should I cooperate with you? Kevin laughed even harder. Miss Gua, I don't think you understand that you're the one asking for our help, not the other way around. Besides, you're nothing now. You haven't even become Huo Guanchen's fiancé. What right do you have to negotiate with us? Gua Huaining was caught off guard. She felt like she had been slapped in the face. Even her nose felt sour, and she almost cried. Don't go too far. She growled. If you don't agree, then don't agree. Do you think I can't find someone else to cooperate with without you? Go look for her then. I lose if you can find her. Kevin picked up the teapot elegantly and poured himself another half a cup of tea. His voice became cold. Miss Gua, I don't think you understand that you're already on our boat. You want to leave. Dream on. What do you mean? I didn't do anything. How did I get on your boat? Gua Huaining was shocked. She turned around and leaned against the tree next to the cliff, hiding herself in the darkness. You didn't do anything. Forget about anything else, just show someone the recording of our conversation today. You know what will happen. Gua Huaining's heart sank. Her eyes widened in shock. You secretly recorded our conversation without my permission. That's illegal. Kevin spat out the tea in his mouth. He laughed so hard he almost cried. Miss Gua, you already want to kill someone. Why would you care if someone illegally recorded your phone call? You have a serious double standard. When did I want to kill someone? Gua Huaining refused to admit it. I just want her to disappear in front of me. You have so many tricks up your sleeve. Is killing someone the only way to make someone disappear? Ha! Making her disappear without killing someone. What should I do then? Kevin held back his laughter and pretended to be surprised. There are so many ways. Do you still need me to teach you? Gua Huaining sneered. Sell her to Southeast Asia. Although she's old, her beauty is incomparable to ordinary beauties. She'll definitely make a lot of money for you in Southeast Asia. Human smuggling. Kevin pretended to think for a while. It doesn't seem impossible. We have smugglers who do this, but what price can you afford? Price? Gua Huaining frowned. I said I'll only work with you in the future. Why are you so short-sighted and asking for money now? So Miss Gua is trying to get something for nothing. Kevin clicked his tongue. If we help you, what if you go back on your words in the future? Gua Huaining felt a little guilty. She mumbled in a low voice, didn't you record me? With this recording, you'll be afraid that I'll go back on my words. That's hard to say. Some people are very thick-skinned. Not to mention that it's just a phone recording, even if it's written in black and white, they won't admit it. So, Miss Gua, why do you want us to take the risk to help you? Aren't you scheming to get me on your boat? Gua Huaining calmed down from the mountain breeze and quickly found the loophole in Kevin's words. Kevin chuckled. We've been scheming for a long time. Miss Gua seems to have it backwards. The one scheming is Miss Gua. We just happen to be at the right time. It's convenient for us. Alright, what do you want? I'll agree to any condition. Can't I? Gua Huaining finally relented. As long as you can make Song Jining disappear, I'll even write you an IOU. There's no need for an IOU. We don't lack money. Kevin propped his head on the ebony coffee table and said lazily, I'll help you make Song Jining disappear, but you have to prove your loyalty first. What loyalty? Our company is having a Christmas party in a few days. Kevin smiled. If you can attend with General Hua, I'll make Song Jining disappear. Gua Huaining immediately relaxed, but she quickly frowned again. But Guanchen isn't a businessman. How can he attend your company's Christmas party? Aren't you making things difficult for me? Haha, that's your problem, not mine. Kevin lit a stick of incense and inserted it into the incense burner in the tea room. He took a deep breath of the rising sandalwood fragrance and looked intoxicated. Gua Huaining hesitated for a while. She gathered her coat and walked back. Which company are you from? I'll think of a way. Our company is, of course, Carlyle International Investments Limited. Isn't that a disgrace to General Hua? Kevin stood up and looked at his tea room with his hands behind his back. He felt refreshed. The tea and sandalwood fragrance intertwined, clearing his mind and calming his heart. You're from Carlyle International Investments Limited? Gua Huaining was shocked, but quickly realized that this made sense. Do Ian and Deputy Director Jia, who had been in contact with her, were both from Carlyle International Investments Limited. Of course, their leader was more likely to be from Carlyle International Investments Limited. Gua Huaining took out her phone and quickly searched for information on Carlyle International Investments Limited's senior executives. As a public company, Carlyle International Investments Limited's senior executives' information was public. She quickly found Kevin's information on Carlyle's official website. It turned out that he really was a senior executive of Carlyle. He was only in his 30s, but he was already the COO of a multinational investment company like Carlyle. Operation Chief Operating Officer, COO. At CCOO was a special position among the senior executives of C-level. The importance of this position varied depending on the company. In some companies, this position was even lower than the CEO or CFO. However, in other companies, the COO was the real boss. Gua Huining searched for a long time. Aside from Kevin's dazzling resume, she couldn't find anything wrong with him. He was born into a middle-class family overseas, went to a prestigious school, and successfully entered Wall Street after graduation. 8 years later, he became the COO of Carlyle, the largest investment company in the United States. A person like this had influence in the Huaxia Empire. He even had people monitoring Huo Guanqin's whereabouts. Gua Huining could only sigh, "It's good to be rich." She was in complete admiration. "Okay, COO Kevin, I'll work with you." Gua Huining's tone was much better now. Kevin raised an eyebrow. "Looks like you've already checked my information. I've taken such a big risk and told you my true identity. I hope you won't disappoint me. Cooperation is based on mutual trust. Miss Gua, please remember that." Gua Huining nodded. "No problem. Send me 2 invitations to your company's Christmas party. Otherwise, how am I supposed to bring Guanqin there?" "Okay." Kevin walked out of his tea room. "I'll get my secretary to send you the invitations right away." With that, Kevin hung up and smiled slightly. He walked into his room and took out his phone. He looked at his resume on Carlyle's official website and shook his head mockingly. With a swipe of his hand, the page of his information on Carlyle's official website was erased. Anyway, he hacked Carlyle's official website and put it up temporarily to trick Gua Huining and the big fish that wanted to be a fisherman. Gua Huining's call ended, and so did Huo Guanqin's people. Because the situation this time was special, they immediately reported it to Huo Guanqin. Huo Guanqin sat expressionlessly in the intelligence room and listened to the recording of Gua Huining and Kevin's conversation with his personal secretary. When he heard Gua Huining say she wanted to sell Song Jining to Southeast Asia, a flash of suppressed anger flashed in his eyes. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2038, The Fisherman and the Fish, 1. It was the third update of the day. The second update was 1 p.m., and the third update was 8:30 p.m. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2050. Chief, what do you think we should do? Huo Guanqin's personal secretary said worriedly, the other party might really want to make a move on Director Song. Huo Guanqin was silent for a moment, then said, "Send more people to the Institute of High Energy Physics, especially the security personnel around Director Song. However, we can't do it openly. We can't alert them. If the other party knew that they were already aware, then all their efforts would go to waste. But it's already like this. Why don't we just arrest Gua Huining and be done with it?" One of Huo Guanqin's personal secretaries couldn't help but rub his temples. "She's done enough dirty tricks. It's already at this point that we can't arrest Gua Huining immediately. If we arrest her, all our efforts will go to waste." Without needing Huo Guanqin to say anything, Huo Guanqin's other personal secretary immediately objected. "Also, they're under our strict surveillance, and they're on our country's territory. If anything happens to Director Song, then we don't have to work anymore. The person behind Gua Huining has already shown up. Can't we just arrest them?" The personal secretary who wanted to arrest Gua Huining retorted. "What are we waiting for? Do we have to wait for them to actually make a move before we can arrest them? Theoretically, we can only notify the police to arrest them if they really do something bad." Huo Guanqin's personal secretary who objected was calmer and knew that Huo Guanqin had other plans. "Stop arguing." Huo Guanqin had no intention of explaining. "Continue to monitor Gua Huining." He paused and clicked on the Carlyle official website with his fingers. "Didn't we have this person's information just now? Why is it gone now?" The network staff in the intelligence room quickly checked the website and finally used the cache function to bring up the original web page. He said regretfully, This person's information was deleted by the Carlisle official website a few minutes ago. Why was it deleted? Huo Guanchen's two personal secretaries looked at each other. We checked just now. Maybe they're afraid of being exposed. Huo Guanchen mused. Maybe there's another reason. Can you get someone to investigate this person? Or investigate the Carlisle company? Huo Guanchen's personal secretary scratched his head. Chief, this Kevin is a foreigner, and the Carlisle company is also headquartered overseas. We don't have enough manpower and resources to investigate Kevin and Carlisle company. Of course, they had no problem investigating domestic affairs, but to investigate foreign affairs, Huo Guanchen's other personal secretary glanced at him and whispered, why don't we ask the special forces to step in? Huo Xiao is Director Song's son. No need. Huo Guanchen objected. I know what I'm doing. He went back to his office and thought about it. He looked at his schedule and found that the Carlisle company's Christmas party was in 2 weeks. Carlisle's branch in China will hold their Christmas party 1 week earlier than the U.S. branch. He frowned and thought for a bit. He called over his most capable personal secretary and said, prepare some people for me. There will be a big operation in a week. Chief, who do you think the other party's target is? His personal secretary asked cautiously. If we monitor Guohuaning, will the other party find out? Huo Guanchen turned on his computer and said calmly, it doesn't matter if they find out or not. Personal secretary, Huo Guanchen looked up to see his personal secretary's confused expression. He smiled. They found out, but they still continued to contact Guohuaning. That means they did it on purpose. The news they released was all fake to cover up their real target. What? They already found out. Huo Guanchen's most capable personal secretary was shocked. No way. Our monitoring equipment is of the international standard. Not to mention the people in the underworld, even the CIA has been defeated by our monitoring equipment. I'm just guessing. Huo Guanchen glared at him. Why are you so obedient? Oh. The personal secretary clutched his chest. If that's the case, then we have to be even more careful. Huo Guanchen nodded. We have to inform the security department. They should know about this group's movements. Okay, I'll contact the security department. The personal secretary quickly took out his notebook and recorded it. There's another possibility. They haven't found out yet. That's all the more reason for us to follow up. Huo Guanchen smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes forming a charming arc, so no matter what they're up to, we have to force them to take it. Yes, Chief. Hearing Huo Guanchen's explanation, his personal secretary sighed in relief. Although he didn't think the chief would get involved with someone like Guohuaning, who knew? The chief always had a bad taste in women. The personal secretary was also worried sick about Huo Guanchen's private life. Moreover, Huo Guanchen had always been personally handling this matter, so they sometimes couldn't figure it out. After the personal secretary left, Huo Guanchen got up and left the office. He drove to the West Mountain Villa alone. He parked the car on the side of the path in front of the villa. The car lights were not turned off, so he sat in the car alone for a while. After Guohuaning finished dinner and served grandfather Huo back to his room to rest, she sat alone in the room to look up information. Suddenly, she saw a light flashing outside the window. At first, she thought it was an illusion, but after blinking a few times, she realized that the light was still flashing from the window. What was going on? Guohuaning stuck her head out to take a look. There was a car parked on the path in front of the villa. The car lights flashed like the eyes of a beauty, but didn't say anything. However, when she saw the license plate number, she was instantly overjoyed. She immediately stood up from her seat and hurriedly put on her coat. She opened the door and ran out quickly. That was Huo Guanchen's license plate. She had memorized it long ago. Mr. Hua, you're here. She ran to Huo Guanshen's car window and bent down to knock on it. Huo Guanshen looked at her with a smile and nodded. You're not asleep yet. I just finished a meeting, so I came over to see you, and my father. I know. You don't have to explain. Gua Huaining was overjoyed. On a winter night in the mountains, the temperature was 5 to 10 degrees lower than at the foot of the mountain. However, Gua Huaining didn't feel cold at all. Mr. Hua, aren't you going in? She wanted to open Huo Guanshen's car door, but after trying, the door wouldn't budge. No need. Huo Guanshen's hand was on the steering wheel. I still have something to do, so I have to go back to the city. I just wanted to see you, and my father when I'm free. Gua Huaining was happy that he was being so reserved. Huo Guanshen was becoming more and more like her. Putting aside his family background, status, and power, just the right amount of ambiguity was enough to satisfy her most perfect fantasy of love. When she was a young and ignorant girl, she was most fascinated by this kind of man who could make you fall deeper and deeper without batting an eyelid. She didn't like rough men, nor did she like attentive men, but she didn't like boring men either. Huo Guanshen was the opposite of everything she didn't like. He wasn't rough or attentive, but he wasn't boring either. More importantly, he was willing to put any effort into her. Watching Huo Guanshen's car lights gradually disappear on the mountain road, Gua Huaining cupped her hands around her mouth and huffed. She felt that her face was as radiant as the sunset. The next day, Gua Huaining received 2 red and gold-stamped Christmas party invitations from Kevin. Foreign companies in the Huaxia Empire especially liked this kind of old-fashioned traditional Huaxia style, unlike local Huaxia Empire companies who pursued modern Western aesthetics. Looking at the 2 traditional Christmas party invitations, Gua Huaining smiled with satisfaction. When she agreed to Kevin's invitation, she was still a little nervous. She didn't know if Huo Guanshen would agree if she asked. Now, she was completely confident that Huo Guanshen would agree. Halfway through the week, Gua Huaining finally said on her routine call to Huo Guanshen in the evening, Mr. Hua, my friend gave me 2 invitations to the Carlyle Company's Christmas party next week. Huo Guanshen grunted and said, have fun. Gua Huaining was speechless. She blushed in embarrassment and hugged her knees as she sat on the sofa and said quietly, but everyone is going in pairs. It's too embarrassing for me to go alone. Huo Guanshen was silent for a while and said softly, you're going with a friend? Gua Huaining sighed and said directly, Mr. Hua, can you come with me? Huo Guanshen didn't say anything for a long time. Gua Huaining's heart was in her throat. However, Huo Guanshen didn't reject her outright, which gave Gua Huaining hope. After thinking for a while, Huo Guanshen said awkwardly, but I'm very busy next week. It's almost the end of the year, and the military has a lot of meetings. I still have to go to the grassroots level during New Year's, so I might not have time. You don't have to spend a lot of time. You just have to accompany me to show my face. Gua Huaining was overjoyed and nagged, something happened to me recently, and my old friends and classmates all pity me. I can't stand their pity. If Mr. Hua can come with me, those people won't look down on me. Huo Guanshen seemed surprised. They look down on you. Huaining, you're outstanding and capable. You don't have to care about what other people think. Of course I won't, but I have a pillar like Mr. Hua. I also want my friends to know so they won't worry about me. Gua Huaining hinted that she wanted to bring Huo Guanshen to meet her friends. Huo Guanshen seemed to understand what she meant. He hesitated for a long time before sighing softly and saying, Huaining, have you really thought it through? What do you mean? Gua Huaining became nervous and gripped her phone tightly. She couldn't help sitting up straight and stammering, Mr. Hua, I don't understand what you mean. I mean, are you ready to be with an old man like me? This was the second watch of the day, chapter 2039, The Fisherman and the Fish, 2. It was the third watch of the day. It was 8:30 p.m. on the third watch. Wax, little angels. Chapter 2051. Happiness fell from the sky like fireworks in the middle of the night, catching people off guard. Gua Huaining was dumbfounded. Her heart was pounding, and her ears were filled with the sound of her blood pumping. For a moment, she could barely see or hear anything. She was completely immersed in Huo Guanchen's deep question. Until Huo Guanchen's voice rang in her ears again. "You haven't spoken for so long. It seems like I was thinking too much." No. You didn't." Gua Huaining snapped back to reality and quickly said loudly, I do. She spoke so eagerly that she almost stuttered. However, she couldn't care less about that. She could only pour out all her feelings. Huo Guanchen's lips twitched, but he still listened without saying a word. Finally, he said gently, "As long as you don't think I'm old." "Why would I think you're old?" Gua Huaining was excited. "I'm already in my 30s, and you're only in your 50s. You're not old at all. Now, even old men in their 60s, 70s, or even 80s still want to find young girls in their 20s, Huo Guanchen smiled and nodded. "Okay, then I'll go with you next week, but I only have about 20 minutes. 20 minutes is enough." Gua Huaining was overjoyed. She held her phone and almost spun around the room. "Then we'll agree to go together next Friday evening." "Okay." Huo Guanchen said briefly, "I'll get my secretary to record the time and pick you up at the West Mountain Villa." "Okay." Gua Huaining's voice was so gentle that water could flow out of it. After hanging up, she glanced at the mirror on the dressing table and was stunned by her sparkling eyes and rosy skin. Sure enough, love was a woman's best skin care product. Time passed especially quickly when she was in a good mood. In the blink of an eye, it was next Friday. Gua Huaining had been busy shopping for the past week and a half. It took her a long time to pick out a suitable evening dress. If it weren't for the fact that she was pressed for time, she would have flown to Europe to have an evening dress custom-made. Because this Christmas party was special to her. It was the night she officially confirmed her relationship with Huo Guanchen, and it was also the turning point in her life. It didn't matter if it was expensive. She got up early in the morning and drove into the city. She found the beauty salon she was most familiar with and started her body care routine. She had to appear in front of everyone in her best condition. In the evening, Huo Guanchen's car stopped on time in front of his West Mountain Villa and waited for Gua Huaining to come out. Gua Huaining didn't let him wait too long. She quickly walked out of the villa wearing her favorite sapphire blue LV evening gown and a cashmere coat. Arriving at Huo Guanchen's car, she bent down to knock on the window and nodded with a smile. Huo Guanchen's chauffeur lowered the window, and Huo Guanchen's handsome face appeared from the rear window. He looked at Gua Huaining and praised, "Very beautiful." The smile on Gua Huaining's face widened. She walked to the other side and opened the back door. She sat in the back seat with Huo Guanchen. Huo Guanchen discreetly moved to the side, as if he was making room for her, but there was actually a large distance between the two of them. Gua Huaining didn't notice this at all. Her mind was filled with the fantasy of a perfect life today. The car sped all the way and soon arrived at the entrance of the Sheraton Hotel in the western part of the imperial capital. The Carlyle Corporation's Huaxia branch Christmas party was being held here. This kind of international investment company specialized in capital operations, so the people they visited were naturally rich and powerful. They were all top figures in the financial world. Not only were there very few military bigwigs like Huo Guanchen, but he was also one of a kind. Therefore, when he got out of the car with Gua Huaining, there was a sudden commotion. The guards around Huo Guanchen immediately formed a human wall to keep the reporters far away. Gua Huaining smiled reservedly and held Huo Guanchen's arm as they walked through the entrance of the Sheraton Hotel. Inside the door, she was familiar with people dressed in fine clothes and chatting merrily with each other. This was the world she belonged in. After Huguanchin and her entered, the leaders of the Carlyle Corporation's Huaxia branch immediately walked over and respectfully welcomed them to the small reception room inside. Compared to the hall outside, the decoration was more luxurious and there were fewer people inside. Kevin sat at the head of the table and was surrounded by a few young and beautiful female models. They were like fish in water in this kind of setting. As soon as they saw Huguanchin enter in his military uniform, the female models' eyes lit up and rushed over to surround him. However, they couldn't get close to Huguanchin and Guohuaning and could only stare at Guohuaning indignantly. Guohuaning's mood couldn't be better. She led Huguanchin directly to Kevin and smiled, "Mr. Kevin, thank you for your help in the past few days." Kevin stood up and reached out to shake Guohuaning's hand before smiling at Huguanchin. "This is." Guohuaning secretly glanced at Huguanchin and took the initiative to say, "This is Mr. Hua, my boyfriend. The last time I asked Mr. Kevin to find Dr. Tony, it was to save Mr. Hua's father. Otherwise, with Do Ayan and Deputy Director Jia's status, they wouldn't have been able to invite Dr. Tony." At first, Guohuaning thought it was Do Ayan's influence but later found out that it was actually Kevin who pulled the strings. Huhowever, he hadn't shown his face yet at the time and it was Do Ayan and Deputy Director Jia who were in charge. Huguanchin smiled and took the initiative to shake Kevin's hand. "Thank you Mr. Kevin for your help, otherwise my father would still be in a vegetative state." "Mr. Hua, don't mention it. It's our honor to be able to help your father." Kevin was still elegant and handsome but his eyes were more attentive. This coincided with Guohuaning's suspicions. Even the wealthiest person had to bow down to power. She hugged Huguanchin's arm even tighter. However, Huguanchin had said he could only stay for 20 minutes. 5 minutes to go, his personal secretary reminded him, "Chief, we have to go, we still have a meeting in the military." "The military still has a meeting in the middle of the night?" Kevin asked casually, but also curiously. "I'm sorry, this is our job. Please forgive me for not being able to comment." Huguanchin's personal secretary didn't let anything slip and didn't want to gossip with Kevin. Huguanchin didn't say anything else and nodded to Guohuaning, "I'm leaving now, you can have some fun. I'll leave a car for you and a driver, so you can go home no matter how late it is." Guohuaning nodded with a smile, "Okay, Guanchin, thank you." This was the first time she called him that in front of Huguanchin. Huguanchin paused in his steps, but his expression didn't change as he turned to leave with a smile. Just as he walked out of the small reception room with his personal secretary and guards, he suddenly heard a commotion at the entrance of the hall. At this time, the executives crowded around 2 people and entered. Huguanchin stopped to look and was surprised to see that it was Speaker Long and Gu Nianji. Speaker Long had a youthful complexion and white hair, and was smiling brightly. Gu Nianji didn't wear an evening gown like the other women, but a custom-made professional pantsuit. She didn't have any other accessories on her, only the watch on her left wrist was unique, showing off her wealth and heritage. Huguanchin's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Kevin smiled as he walked out with Guohuaning. Guohuaning looked up to see Gu Nianji, and her good mood for the night was ruined. "What's going on? Why did you invite her?" Guohuaning quietly pouted at Gu Nianji. "Our company wants to expand our business in the Huaxia Empire, so of course we need the Huaxia Empire to remove the restrictions on foreign investment in the financial industry," Kevin explained quietly. "Of course we need to build a good relationship with the Senate, otherwise how would we even begin?" Guohuaning was angry and annoyed. "But you invited me today." Kevin was speechless. If he hadn't sent someone to spread the news that Guohuaning would be attending with her new boyfriend, General Hua, he wouldn't have been able to catch a big fish like Gu Nianji. It was common knowledge that Gu Nianji, the chief legal advisor of the Senate, never attended such events. But this time, Kevin had calculated everything and knew she would definitely come. Gu Nianji stood next to Speaker Long and chatted with the people around her as she discreetly scanned the entire hall. Huo Guanchen and his people who walked out of the small reception room first caught her attention. Gu Nianji then looked at Guo Huining behind Huo Guanchen and narrowed her eyes. It was actually true, General Huo was actually with Guo Huining. The two of them were attending such an event together. Even if they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, it was still extraordinary. Huo Guanchen was also stunned when he saw Gu Nianji. Something flashed through his mind. The other party's target was actually Gu Nianji. Could it be that even Song Jining and himself were the other party's cover? But he had heard from Hu Xiaoheng that those who coveted Gu Nianji had clearly been eradicated by his good son. Besides, Gu Xiangwen was already dead, and most of his things had been donated to the country. Why were there still people eyeing Gu Nianji? Huo Guanchen's thoughts instantly returned to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was his older brother, Huo Guanyuan. There was no doubt about that. His older brother had suddenly disappeared because of the failure of the experiment 18 years ago. He had returned 18 years later with Gu Nianji and her father, Lu Jin. Could it be that Gu Nianji had something to do with the failure of the experiment? But she was only 2 years old at the time. Gu Nianji had already looked over curiously. Huo Guanchen smiled at her and nodded. Huo Guanchen had already thought about so many things the moment their eyes met. He had thought that he already knew the other party's motive, but now he wasn't so sure. Gu Nianji lowered her head and said a few words to Speaker Long, then walked towards Huo Guanchen. Huo Guanchen saw that those people were looking at him again, so he had no choice but to turn around and walk back to the small reception room. Kevin put his hands in his trouser pockets and asked politely, "Mr. Huo, please stay a little longer." Huo Guanchen said calmly, "I saw an acquaintance. I'll leave after saying a few words." Guo Huining walked up uneasily and held Huo Guanchen's arm tightly. This was the third watch of the day, Chapter 2040, The Fisherman and the Fish, 3. It was the third watch of the day. P.S. Thank you, Sing_Sing, the leader of the Alliance, for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2052. Gu Nianji lowered her head and whispered to Speaker Long, "Speaker Long, General Huo is also here. I'll go greet him." Speaker Long frowned. "General Huo? You mean Xiaoheng's father?" Gu Nianji nodded. "I think he came with a friend. I'll go ask what's going on." It was rare for soldiers to appear at such an occasion, so Huo Guanchen's military uniform and the gold star on his shoulder were particularly eye-catching. Speaker Long had been talking to someone and didn't see it with his own eyes. When he turned back, Huo Guanchen had already walked back to the small reception room. "Then go see." Speaker Long raised his hand and said helplessly, "I told you that you didn't have to come, but you insisted on coming. Look, you've made yourself unhappy. Come over after you finish talking. I saw a few friends, and I'll introduce them to you." Speaker Long sincerely wanted to train her to be his successor, so he spared no effort to share his circle of friends and connections with her so she could familiarize herself with his scope of work. Gu Nianji smiled at him. "Thank you, Speaker Long. I'll be right back." She came for Huo Guanchen, so how could she give up this opportunity? Leaving Speaker Long, Gu Nianji walked to the small reception room with her 2 assistants and 2 security guards. Her ostensible purpose for attending the Christmas party today was for official business, not personal reasons, so there were still many people around her. They all followed the style of the Chief Legal Counsel of the Senate. When she walked into the small reception room with her own people, Gu Nianji didn't miss the disgust on Guo Huining's face. However, it was only for a moment before Guo Huining returned to normal. She smiled and said affectionately, "Nianji, you're here too. Is Xiaoheng here?" As she spoke, she even looked out the door and pretended to be searching. Gu Nianji nodded at her politely but didn't reply. Instead, she looked at Hua Guanchen and said with a smile, "General Hua, I didn't expect to see you here." Before Hua Guanchen could speak, Guo Huining had already called out, "Nianji, how can you speak to Mr. Hua like that? You are the fiancé of Mr. Hua's only son. Can't Mr. Hua be worthy of you calling him uncle?" Gu Nianji finally looked at Guo Huining and said dryly, "I'm here today for official business, not personal matters. In public, we don't consider relatives." She had no problem addressing Hua Guanchen by his military rank. Guo Huining blushed at Gu Nianji's rebuke. She instinctively looked at Hua Guanchen and whispered, "Mr. Hua, did I cause trouble for you?" Gu Nianji didn't wait for Hua Guanchen to reply and interrupted Guo Huining. "General Hua, are you here for official business or personal reasons?" Hua Guanchen didn't seem to notice the undercurrent between the two women. He only smiled and said, "So Chief Gu is here for official business, but I'm here for personal reasons." He looked at Guo Huining beside him and said with a trace of pity in his voice, "It was Huining's friend who invited her. She asked me to accompany her. But I only have 20 minutes before I have to go back to the meeting." Guo Huining finally puffed out her chest and said confidently, "Nianji, don't tell me Mr. Hua doesn't even have his own private time." "Of course, so I'm just asking. Miss Guo, what's the point of being so hostile towards me? Did I offend you?" Gu Nianji couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush and asked directly. Guo Huining was angered by Gu Nianji's attitude and tone, not to mention the fact that she kept asking if she had offended her. God! Was kicking her out of the home corporation not considered offending her? Guo Huining laughed dryly. "Only you know if you've offended me or not." "I really don't know." Gu Nianji glanced at her calmly. "Miss Guo, on the other hand, you've offended me before and haven't formally apologized to me yet. But forget it. Since you're General Hua's personal friend, I'll let bygones be bygones. I won't make things difficult for General Hua." Guo Huining originally wanted to be angry, but when she thought about it again, Gu Nianji's words seemed to have acknowledged her relationship with Hua Guanchen. She suddenly felt happy, and the anger from earlier dissipated like a balloon that had been pricked by a needle. She beamed and quickly said, "I was indeed in the wrong last time. I'll formally apologize to you now." The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched, but she didn't say anything else. She nodded at Hua Guanchen and smiled. "I didn't expect General Hua to have such bad taste as always." "What does it have to do with you?" Hua Guanchen said in a low voice. "Since Huining doesn't like seeing you, don't appear here again. Go back. Do you want me to call Xiaoheng?" As he spoke, he took out his phone and quickly dialed Hua Xiaoheng's number. Gu Nianji wasn't the only one stunned. Even Guo Huining couldn't believe her ears. Hua Guanchen had actually slapped Gu Nianji in the face for her. He really was sincere towards her. Guo Huining almost cried tears of joy. Gu Nianji quickly composed herself and said with a dark expression, "What does General Hua mean? I'm here for official business. Why can't I?" "It's not that you can't, but I can't tolerate you being rude to Huining." Hua Guanchen changed his usual ambiguous attitude and actually publicly supported Guo Huining. Guo Huining felt bad and quickly tugged at Hua Guanchen's sleeve. She whispered, "Guanchen, don't be like this. Nianji didn't mean it. Besides, I'm a few years older than her. Even if she was disrespectful to me, I wouldn't take it to heart." "You don't take it to heart because you're magnanimous. But she can't not have the right attitude." As Hua Guanchen spoke, he put his hand on Guo Huining's shoulder and glared at Gu Nianji. "Huining doesn't like seeing you. From now on, you can't go anywhere she goes." Gu Nianji was speechless. Was he putting on an act, or was he using too much force? Gu Nianji realized that she couldn't figure out Hua Guanchen anymore. She looked at Guo Huining deeply and turned to leave without saying a word. Her heart was in turmoil. She didn't walk far before she received Hua Xiaohing's call. She walked to the window to answer the call. Hua Xiao. Hua Xiaohing's voice was as deep and magnetic as ever. It came from the phone, and just his voice alone was enough to make her ears tremble. Nianji, did you have a conflict with General Hua? I didn't. Gu Nianji pouted. I was one-sidedly lectured. She looked at the transparent floor-to-ceiling window in front of her and habitually swiped her fingers on the window. Because it was a Christmas party, there was a circle of colorful light bulbs on the windowsill, giving off colorful lights. The window couldn't be used as a mirror at night like before. So after a while, Gu Nianji saw a refined and handsome man standing not far from her in the reflection of the window. He was looking in her direction with a smile. When she turned around, the man was already walking over. This is the first chapter for today, chapter 2041, The Fisherman and the Fish, 4. 8:00 in the evening the next day. Moi moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2053. Hello, Chief Gu. Welcome to our Carlyle Corporation's Christmas party. The man was Kevin, and he extended his hand respectfully to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji hung up and turned to look at him. She nodded calmly. Hello, I have something to do. Excuse me. She had no intention of chatting with him. Kevin wasn't angry. He smiled. Are you familiar with Miss Gua? Gu Nianji paused. Not really, just acquaintances. Then we'll have to get to know each other in the future. Kevin spoke one sentence after another. His attitude was much more cautious than when he talked to Gua Huining. Gu Nianji turned to look at him. May I ask your name? Do I know you? They had been talking for so long, but he hadn't even introduced himself. Was she familiar with him? Gu Nianji pretended not to see the badge on Kevin's chest. Kevin raised a brow. Chief Gu doesn't know me. Why would I know you? Gu Nianji was annoyed by this kind of meaningless conversation. However, having been in the Senate for so long, she understood that small talk was inevitable. Talking was unavoidable. It was a way to get closer to each other. S3, oh, my bad. Let me introduce myself. I'm the COO of the Carlyle Corporation. My name is Kevin. He winked at Gu Nianji and pointed to his badge. I'm here to inspect the work of the Carlyle Huaxia branch. I didn't expect to speak to Chief Gu. It's my honor. Gu Nianji looked Kevin up and down. You're welcome. Your company's Christmas party is very interesting. Really? I was worried Chief Gu would find it boring. Kevin pretended not to hear the teasing in Gu Nianji's tone. Gu Nianji had gone to the French windows alone to make a call. Her two assistants and security guards were scattered around. They could see her but wouldn't disturb her privacy. Kevin was able to get past these people to Gu Nianji's side because of his badge. He stood not too far from Gu Nianji and said with a smile, to tell you the truth, I've heard a lot about Chief Gu when I was in the United States. But at that time, I thought Chief Gu would show off her skills in the law firm. I didn't expect you to enter the Senate after graduation. Oh. How do you know me? A waiter walked over with a tray. There were cocktails and snacks on the tray for the guests to enjoy. Gu Nianji casually took a cocktail, not to drink it, but to put on an act. That way, she wouldn't look too out of place like everyone else. Kevin also took a glass and raised it to Gu Nianji. He took a sip first and said, let's go to the garden in the back and talk. Is there something? Gu Nianji smiled and said, I'm here to attend the Christmas party, not to participate in business negotiations. That's a pity. I wanted to talk to you about the legislation on foreign investment access in the financial industry, Kevin said, pretending to be regretful. Don't you want to hear our opinion? It's best if you discuss this with Speaker Long. I'm just a legal advisor, not even a senator. I can't help you much. At that moment, Gu Nianji felt that someone was sizing her up. The gaze was neither light nor heavy, but it carried a sense of inquiry. However, when she looked up slightly, the gaze shifted away. Gu Nianji looked down and thought about it. She strolled in the direction of the garden Kevin had indicated. It was exactly what Kevin wanted. He smiled and walked quickly to keep up with her. Gu Nianji's assistant and security guards quickly followed and walked in the direction of the garden Kevin had indicated. Of course, Gu Nianji's assistant and security guards caught up to them. They walked not too far from them. Gua Huining stood next to Huo Guanchen. She bit her lip and looked at him. Then she looked in the direction Gu Nianji and Kevin had disappeared. She smiled and said, "Guanchen, should we go to the garden in the back? I haven't been to the Sheraton Hotel often, but I've heard that the garden is very exquisite. It's all tropical rainforest style. I heard it's very similar to the natural landscape in Florida." She was actually very uncomfortable. She didn't want to be with Gu Nianji. Huo Guanchen had spoken up for her just now, which gave her endless hope. But in the blink of an eye, Huo Guanchen's attention was no longer on her. Although he was still standing next to her, she could see that his heart had already flown to Gu Nianji. She really didn't know what was so good about this woman. Everyone was so infatuated with her. But although she was uncomfortable, Gua Huining knew how to make a man feel good. That was to figure out what they were thinking and then speak and act according to their wishes. Since she could see that Huo Guanchen's heart was on Gu Nianji's side, she brought it up at the right time. Huo Guanchen actually said he only had 20 minutes. But it had already been almost 20 minutes, and he had no intention of leaving. Gua Huining was even more upset. Huo Guanchen had just watched Gu Nianji and Kevin's backs disappear in the direction of the left back door of the lobby. He put the wine glass on the table unhappily and said, "Then let's go take a look." Gua Huining suppressed her curiosity and finally stopped herself from asking. "You're not going back for the meeting?" If Huo Guanchen hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have made him feel awkward. The two of them walked through the left back door of the lobby and discovered that it was actually a T-shaped corridor with a fork. S3, he happened to see Gu Nianji and Kevin's backs turn left. Huo Guanchen quickly followed. Gua Huining was about to follow when she suddenly felt her phone vibrate in her handbag. Her heart skipped a beat and she stopped in her tracks to take a look at her phone. It was Deputy Director Jia who had sent her a photo and a text message, forwarded to Song. Gua Huining hurriedly clicked open the photo and took a look. Her pupils suddenly widened. In the photo, Gu Nianji was tiptoeing and kissing a man's back. The man's head was lowered and his face couldn't be seen clearly, but it looked like it was Kevin. Although Gu Nianji was tall, she was like a little bird in front of the man. It was surprisingly harmonious. Gua Huining couldn't help secretly feeling that Gu Nianji didn't seem like such a casual person, but she also admired Kevin's ability. This was only their first meeting, right? How did Gu Nianji take the bait? She pouted. Who cared if the photo was real or fake, as long as it could annoy those people? She casually forwarded it to Song Jining. Song Jining had just come out of the lab. Today's experiment results were good, but it was still different from what they had expected. Song Jining planned to go back to the office and carefully calculate it, then refer to Gu Xiangwen's experiment notes to see if she could quantify it. Just then, she heard her phone ring. It was so late. Lu Yuan was usually the one calling her, delivering supper, or picking her up. She was already used to it. However, when she took out her phone and took a look, she realized that she had made a mistake. It wasn't a call or text from Lu Yuan, but a photo from Gua Huining. The corners of Song Jining's mouth twitched. She thought to herself that Huo Guanchen really had a good relationship with Gua Huining. He could even tell Gua Huining her phone number. Song Jining's eyes widened in surprise when she clicked on the photo. What was going on? This was Nianji, wasn't it? Looking at the graceful curve of her back, she knew that she hadn't mistaken her for someone else. Her fingers rubbed her phone a few times. She subconsciously wanted to forward it to Hua Xiaoheng, but she quickly held back. Whether this kind of thing was real or not, it would annoy Nianji and Xiaoheng. She couldn't let Gua Huining succeed. After thinking for a moment, Song Jining replied to Gua Huining, "What is this place? Are you seeing things? Or are you secretly taking pictures of someone else?" This was today's second update, Chapter 2042, The Fisherman and the Fish, 5. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Asterisk degree. Degree asterisk. If you want to chat about Hello, Major General with more like-minded people, follow Hot Web Literature on WeChat. Or Chapter 2054. Gua Huining looked down at the photo on her phone and smirked. Of course it was taken secretly, but how could it be wrong? She remembered very clearly that Gu Nianji had been wearing this custom-made business suit, as well as the red-soled leather shoes. Even the watch on her wrist was exactly the same. Everything else could be replicated, but could this watch be replicated? She had once heard from Hong Ziki that Gu Nianji's watch was a couple's watch that Hua Xiaoheng had specially ordered from a world-renowned watch manufacturer that never made custom orders. Just this detail alone was enough for Gua Huining to conclude that the person must be Gu Nianji. She smiled and texted Song Jining back. "Look at that watch, and you'll know if I'm seeing things." Song Jining had been scared out of her wits with just a quick glance, so she didn't have time to look at the details. Now that Gua Huining reminded her, she took a closer look. The woman in the photo was tall and had long legs. She had reached out with one hand to wrap around the man's neck, revealing the watch on her wrist. She clicked on the details to take a closer look. It really was Gu Nianji's watch. Song Jining felt even more uneasy. She also noticed the location tag on the photo. It was the Sheraton Hotel on the 3rd Ring Road. It wasn't far from her. Song Jining didn't want anyone to know about this, so she immediately had an idea. She replied to Gua Huining calmly, "Sorry, I can't tell if it's real or fake just by looking at the photo. You don't have to waste your time trying to drive a wedge between us. If you have time, spend it on Hua Guanchen. Don't stretch your hands too far. Hasn't he always been your target?" Gua Huining was both embarrassed and angry that Song Jining had pointed out her motive. This was her love rival, so what was with her nonchalant tone? She only knew how to be jealous. Gua Huining was about to reply when someone suddenly covered her face with a handkerchief from behind. The handkerchief was half wet and smelled of anesthetic. Gua Huining only took one breath before passing out. She was dragged to a small room on the side. Hua Guanchen didn't even notice that Gua Huining hadn't followed him. He followed the figures of the two people in front of him. His personal secretary and bodyguard stayed close to him, vigilantly watching the surroundings. At this moment, the sound of fireworks could be heard outside the hotel. Hua Guanchen stopped in his tracks and listened intently. He asked in confusion, "Can the Sheraton Hotel set off fireworks in private?" His personal secretary hurriedly said, "We can't." A few years ago, it was stipulated that fireworks and firecrackers are prohibited within the 5th ring of the imperial capital. However, when he looked out of the window, he could see brilliant fireworks blooming in the night sky. Some of them even had their own rumbling sounds. There were peonies of outstanding beauty, weeping willows with branches and leaves, and chrysanthemums with their flower whiskers stretched out. Then, there were bird-shaped fireworks of the rock spreading its wings. There were also phoenixes coming head-on, gathering together with the soaring flood dragon. It was a perfect demonstration of what it meant to be lively like a dragon and a phoenix. Even someone like Hua Guanchen, who had seen much of the world, was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly came back to his senses and immediately felt that something was wrong. Hurry up and inform the police and fire departments to come and maintain order. Punish the Sheraton Hotel for their illegal behavior. Huo Guanchen walked even faster as he spoke. This place was bustling with activity and explosions. What did this mean? He couldn't explain it, but the strings in his heart were stretched taut. Just as he reached the corner at the end of the corridor, he suddenly felt a strange gust of air coming towards him. There was a slight prickling sensation on his cheek. Before his brain could process what was happening, his body reacted even more quickly. Get down. Huo Guanchen turned around and tackled the two personal secretaries walking behind him. The guards behind the personal secretaries quickly took out their guns, but a few bullets had already whizzed through the air and hit the chest of the guard in front. He grunted and was knocked down by the impact of the bullets. He slid backwards and only stopped when he reached the wall. The other guards immediately dropped to the ground, aiming and firing back at the same time. The bullets behind him poured down like rain. The firepower was so strong that Huo Guanchen couldn't even lift his head. The two personal secretaries under his protection couldn't let the chief protect them. The two of them burst out at the same time with greater strength than usual. Finally, they flipped over and got up. One of them covered Huo Guanchen as he retreated down the corridor, while the other began to call the police. At the same time, he informed the military special guards to quickly come and protect the chief. The special guards under the military headquarters were even more powerful than normal special forces. Simply put, the people who could enter the special guards were all elite soldiers who had been selected from the military's combat selections over the past 3 years. They only stayed in the special guards for 3 years and were rotated every 3 years. They were all elite soldiers among elite soldiers. The targets of their protection were only people of Huo Guanchen's level and above in the most critical situations. Once they were called, any enemy who dared to resist or even provoke them would die a horrible death. Chief, the special guards are already on their way. The personal secretary used his body to shield Huo Guanchen. His eyes were filled with tears. How could you use your body to shield us just now? If you're injured, it'll be our fault. We'd rather be executed by the military court than let you be injured in the slightest. Huo Guanchen replied calmly, It's fine. You didn't know what happened in the situation at the time. Since I found out, of course I had to protect you. The two personal secretaries had been with him for many years and were his right-hand men. He couldn't just watch them die because of his recklessness. He looked back at his guards and saw that the first guard who had been shot could still crawl over. He knew he should be fine. These people were all wearing bulletproof vests. If they were shot in the chest, they would usually be fine. Huo Guanchen breathed a sigh of relief and continued. I think we fell into a trap. But I'm still worried about Nianji. He had seen Gu Nianji and Kevin disappear in that direction with his own eyes. At that moment, the hall was already in chaos. Speaker Long's face was ashen when he suddenly realized that Gu Nianji had disappeared. His eyes narrowed and he immediately took out his phone to call General G. Old G. Hurry and send your special guards over. Nianji is gone. After saying that, he sent his coordinates over. At that moment, in the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Wu Xiaoheng was staring intently at the photo Guo Huining had just forwarded. At that moment, the Secret Service personnel monitoring Guo Huining's phone sent it. Because it was related to Gu Nianji, they sent it to Wu Xiaoheng even though the Special Operations Forces couldn't intervene in domestic affairs. Everyone knew that Gu Nianji was Wu Xiaoheng's fiancé. In addition to being the commander of the Special Operations Forces, Wu Xiaoheng was also a member of the Supreme Military Council. Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang stood in front of him and said anxiously, Wu Xiao, this photo must have been taken from a fake angle. Or maybe it was photoshopped. Wu Xiaoheng looked up at Zhao Liangze. You're saying it was photoshopped? Zhao Liangze choked. This photo was indeed not photoshopped, but how could he dare say that? Just as he was about to lower his professional standards and say, it was indeed photoshopped, Hua Xiaoheng said himself. This photo is real, but this back is not Nianji. What? Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang exclaimed in unison. How could you tell? Zhao Liangze had even used big data to analyze it. This was the data of Gu Nianji's back. Hua Xiaoheng placed the photo on his desk and tapped it lightly with his fingers. He said calmly, I recognize her back. This woman is an imposter. He wasn't the kind of person who would be led by the nose just because he saw the back of someone. Moreover, this woman's back was indeed not Gu Nianji. Only someone like him, who was once closest to her, could tell this feeling. Even a computer expert like Zhao Liangze would be fooled by just looking at the photo or analyzing the data. Unfortunately, they had encountered Hua Xiaoheng. Yin Shixiang was about to speak when the highest level red alert in his Bluetooth headset sounded. Yin Shixiang's body trembled as he heard the content of the red alert in his Bluetooth headset. His expression changed. Hua Xiao. General Ji just sent an urgent message. Speaker Long has requested him to deploy the special forces to help because Nianji has gone missing from the Sheraton Hotel. He continued, the Sheraton Hotel illegally set off fireworks, and there was a fierce gunfight at the same time. General Hu Guanchen is also in danger. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2043, The Fisherman and the Fish, 6. 8:00 in the evening the next day. Update earlier today. Try to update later over the weekend. The tips and updates from the leaders were starting to pay off the debt, moi, my little angels. Chapter 2055. Hua Xiaoheng looked up in confusion. Nianji is missing. How could you not know? Yin Shixiang had immediately told Hua Xiaoheng after receiving General Ji's call. He hadn't had time to investigate the truth. When Hua Xiaoheng said this, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze looked at each other. They both remembered that Gu Nianji's security guards were from the Special Operations Forces. Indeed, if Gu Nianji had really gone missing, they would be the first to know. However, Speaker Long had asked General Ji to deploy the special forces, so it didn't seem fake. Yin Shixiang immediately said, General Ji's call is real, but we haven't contacted the people around Nianji yet. Then hurry up and contact them. Hua Xiaoheng's voice became stern. After the incident of Nianji being kidnapped to the other world more than a year ago, Hua Xiaoheng actually didn't want to hear the word missing anymore. However, he was a calm person and had a big heart. No matter how anxious he was, he remained calm on the surface, as if nothing could stump him. As a high-ranking person, this kind of attitude was very important. It could stabilize the morale of the army. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze immediately used different methods to contact the people around Gu Nianji. Soon, the person on the other end of the line picked up and asked them what was the matter. Yin Shixiang quickly asked, Where are you? Is Miss Gu with you? The person who answered the phone was by the door of a reception room in the Sheraton Hotel. The door of the reception room was tightly shut and decorated with gold and jade. It was gorgeous to the point of being cumbersome. It was the standard 17th century Baroque style. Because the roof was relatively high, it didn't seem oppressive. Even the wallpaper was really gilded with dark gold stripes, and the chandelier on the ceiling was like a suspended Christmas tree. However, the decorations were all like real gold and silver, full of texture. The murals on the surrounding walls and ceilings were all in a medieval religious style. Every outline of the furniture and seats was full of carved details. It was a feast for the eyes. Gu Nianji sat in the reception room and felt like she would go blind at any moment. Therefore, she tried her best to keep her gaze on the COO, Kevin, opposite her. She didn't want to be distracted by the luxurious decorations around her. Her two assistants sat on her left and right, and 4 security guards stood behind her. There were also 2 security guards standing at the door of the small reception room with their hands behind their backs. Kevin only had one assistant standing behind him, and it was a woman. It was completely different from Gu Nianji's extravagance. The security guard who answered the call was one of the 2 people by the door. He looked at Gu Nianji, who was sitting opposite him, and replied in a low voice, "The Sheraton Hotel." "Yes, just ahead." The small reception room was filled with beautiful background music. It was the famous Baroque composer Antonio Vivaldi's The Four Seasons. Like the decoration of the reception room, it was full of the beauty of the details. The rhythm of the music was fast, but because the volume was very low, it did not affect their conversation. One of Gu Nianji's bodyguards was wearing a Bluetooth headset. He took a step back and covered his ears with his hands. "What's wrong?" Yin Shixiang was stunned for a moment, then said, "Turn on the video call." The man's glasses were like miniature cameras. He adjusted his glasses and opened the video call to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's image quickly appeared on Hua Xiaoheng's office screen. She sat calmly on the intricately decorated gold and black chair. Her posture was elegant, and her smile was bright like a queen. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but smile. "Ask him if he knows what happened at the Sheraton Hotel. Also, where is Speaker Long?" Yin Shixiang nodded and immediately asked. "The Sheraton Hotel is suspected of illegally setting off fireworks, and there was a gunfight. Do you know? Also, where is Speaker Long? Didn't he go to the Sheraton Christmas party with Nianji?" The security personnel over there looked around in surprise. Only then did he realize that the so-called window in the reception room was actually painted. It looked like the stained glass in the luxurious medieval churches, but it was not real glass at all. They could not see the situation outside at all from here. And it looked like the room was also very soundproof. If something really happened at the Sheraton Hotel as Yin Shixiang said, why couldn't they hear anything from here? He was about to open the door when the assistant standing behind Kevin suddenly bent down and said something in his ear. Kevin immediately stood up and said with a solemn expression, "Something happened at the hotel. I'll be back soon." Gu Nianji still didn't know what was going on. She only nodded politely. "Please help yourself." Just as Kevin stood up, Hua Xiaoheng's expression suddenly changed. His voice was especially low and hoarse. "Get Nianji to leave now. She can't stay here anymore." Yin Shixiang quickly informed the security guard. The security guard saw this and immediately gestured to his colleagues. The 4 security guards standing behind Gu Nianji suddenly sprang to life like statues. The 2 men standing on the side quickly rushed to Gu Nianji's side and lifted her arms to support her as they rushed out the door. The other 2 grabbed Gu Nianji's 2 assistants and ran out. The 2 security guards at the door blocked Kevin and his female assistant's path and waited for Gu Nianji to catch up. Kevin was still smiling, but his female assistant suddenly attacked. Her left elbow struck the chest of the security guard on the left and at the same time, her right leg kicked the lower body of the security guard on the right. The security guard standing on the left and right side of the door instinctively stepped aside. Kevin took advantage of this moment to open the heavy oak door of the reception room and quickly rushed out. His female assistant glared at Gu Nianji's security guards. "What are you doing? Something happened at the hotel. Our COO has to go deal with an emergency. You'll take responsibility if something happens?" Gu Nianji couldn't figure out what they were up to. She watched Kevin's back quickly disappear around the corner of the corridor and immediately said, "Let's talk outside." As soon as she finished speaking, a muffled sound suddenly came from the complicated and luxurious reception room behind them. 2 bursts of fire jumped from Gu Nianji's seat and Kevin's seat at the same time, followed by billowing black smoke. The fire was fierce and swift. If she was still sitting there, she would have been burned to a crisp by now, Gu Nianji was extremely shocked. When they entered, the security guards had clearly checked the entire reception room to make sure there were no listening devices or remote-controlled bombs. How did the remote-controlled bombs buried under her seat and Kevin's seat escape their detection? Hu Xiaoheng also saw the situation here through the instant video communication that hadn't been turned off. He didn't have time to investigate the truth at the moment, so he continued to order, "Meet up with Speaker Long." His side should be the safest. No matter which force it was, no one dared to touch Speaker Long. Hu Xiaoheng could see this very clearly. Gu Nianji's 6 security guards and 2 assistants immediately formed layers of human walls to protect Gu Nianji in the middle. They walked towards the hall just now. Only then did they hear the chaotic sounds in the hotel. Some people were shouting loudly, while others were crying. The whistling of fireworks was mixed with the sound of gunfire. It was the sound of guns with silencers. Gu Nianji's security guards were all wearing bulletproof vests. They cooperated closely and quickly escorted Gu Nianji to the hall. Speaker Long was also anxiously looking around under the protection of a group of security guards. He looked up to see Gu Nianji being surrounded by a group of people and sighed deeply. When she came to his side, he grabbed her arm and asked anxiously, "Nianji, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Don't worry, Speaker Long." Gu Nianji was touched to see the look on Speaker Long's face. This was someone who truly cared about her. What happened at the Sheraton Hotel was tightly sealed, and not a single word was released on social media or the internet. Police cars and fire trucks arrived, and the streets of the imperial capital became even more crowded. At this moment, Song Jining was driving towards the Sheraton Hotel. Lu Yuan, who had come to pick her up, was stuck on the road and couldn't move. He turned on the GPS and looked at the situation in front of him. It turned out that a car accident had occurred and was being handled. This is the second chapter for today, Chapter 2044, The Fisherman and the Fish, 7. Moi moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2056. The traffic in front of them was so long that they couldn't see the end of it. They were moving forward at a snail's pace, and most of the time, they were parked on the road. Lu Yuan's fingers tapped on the steering wheel. For some reason, his usually calm heart was actually a little anxious. After thinking for a while, he took out his phone and called Song Jining. Song Jining was driving. Because there was a car accident ahead, someone had placed signs on the road to remind everyone to take a detour. Song Jining looked at the road to the Sheraton Hotel. There was a long red line on the map on her phone, indicating that it was very crowded. She decided to take a detour. After driving for a short while, she realized that the road ahead was clear. There were fewer and fewer cars, and the Sheraton Hotel seemed to be getting further and further away. At first, Song Jining didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it was a detour. She would definitely take a longer detour to reach her destination. When she heard her phone ring, Song Jining glanced at the screen of her phone that was used as a navigation device. Seeing that it was Lu Yuan's number, she smiled and answered the phone with her voice. She asked with a smile, "President Lu, what's the matter?" When Lu Yuan heard Song Jining's voice, his slightly anxious heart immediately calmed down. He couldn't help but smile, and his voice was lower than before. "I'm going to pick you up, but there seems to be a car accident ahead. The traffic is very bad." Song Jining also laughed. "It's quite serious. I even took a detour." Lu Yuan. "Take a detour? Where are you going? Aren't you in the Institute of High Energy Physics?" "No." Song Jining subconsciously looked at the scenery around her. It was a place she was not familiar with. The floor was not high, and the street lights were dim. She could see that the floor was dilapidated. Occasionally, she would see a few flashing shop signs. "Where is this?" Song Jining mumbled, I took a detour. I don't know where this place is. Lu Yuan frowned. Then where are you going? I want to go. Song Jining was about to say the name of the Sheraton Hotel when she suddenly remembered that Lu Yuan was Hu Guanyuan. It wouldn't be good for Gu Nianji if he found out. It was hard to tell who was closer to Lu Yuan, Hu Xiaoheng or Gu Nianji. Song Jining collected her thoughts and said, I'm going to find my way. I'll talk to you later. As he spoke, he was about to hang up. Lu Yuan's extraordinary intuition, which he had developed over many years of career, made him feel that something was wrong. Don't hang up. Tell me where you are, Lu Yuan said as he took out his phone and unlocked it. Send me your location. Just now, he was wearing a Bluetooth headset to talk to Song Jining directly. Now, he needed to look at his phone. Song Jining thought about it. Wouldn't it be faster to find her location this way? She quickly shared her address with Lu Yuan. When Lu Yuan saw that place, his expression turned even uglier. Where are you going? You're now heading southwest. You've already left the imperial capital. Song Jining, no way. I just want to take a detour. Song Jining hurriedly stopped the car by the roadside and opened the map to check her location. I was going to the Sheraton Hotel, Sheraton Hotel. Lu Yuan felt that the name of this hotel was a little familiar, as if he had just heard it. He thought for a moment and his expression changed. Why are you going to the Sheraton Hotel? Do you know that an intense gunfight just took place at the Sheraton Hotel? What? Song Jining was also shocked. Oh no. Nianji was at the Sheraton Hotel. She must be in danger. As he spoke, he was about to call Gu Nianji. Just then, someone knocked on her window. Song Jining turned to look and saw a black muzzle pressed against the window. Her head was less than 10 centimeters away from the window. The person outside the window gestured at her. Song Jining hurriedly said to her phone, Oh no. I've been carjacked. However, only the sound of electric currents could be heard from the other side of the phone. Song Jining couldn't be more familiar with this voice. This was the sound of electromagnetic shielding. Her phone had a special device that could detect electromagnetic shielding. That meant that the call couldn't be made. She didn't know if Lu Yuan was aware of this problem, or when he would realize this problem. Song Jining put down her phone calmly as she thought about it. The person with the gun pushed against her window again. Song Jining was a little flustered, but she remained calm on the surface. She put her phone into her pocket and turned on the signal transmitter in her watch. As long as she left the electromagnetic shielding area, her phone could send a radio signal. At the Institute of High Energy Physics, the corresponding alarm would sound in her office. The windows slowly rolled down, and Song Jining looked at the person holding the gun. He was wearing a mask, a black hoodie, and a pair of sunglasses in the dark. He looked like he was covered from head to toe. He waved the gun at Song Jining and motioned for her to get out of the car. Song Jining pushed open the door and got out of the car. She glanced warily at her surroundings and found that they were indeed in the wilderness. Someone in the low-rise buildings on both sides of the road had turned off the lights. Only the faint yellow glow of the street lamps shone on Song Jining's face, making her face appear flawless ivory white. The other party looked at her face greedily and swallowed unabashedly. Song Jining suppressed the disgust in her heart and said calmly, Do you want a car? My car is a custom-made car imported from abroad. It's worth tens of millions of yuan just by changing hands. As long as you want it, this car is yours. Song Jining waved the car key in her hand at him. The man snatched it and chuckled. Is there a need to ask? I want the car, and I want you too. As he spoke, he was about to pounce on Song Jining. Song Jining dodged to the side and said hurriedly, If you want my car, you can't just have the car key. There's also the password. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, I'll kill myself immediately and make you lose everything. The other party was stunned. He only thought that Song Jining was good. Boom. Since he dared to make a move, why would he be afraid of a woman? This woman was too beautiful. In his life, including the big stars on the internet and in movies, none of them were as beautiful as her. To be honest, he couldn't bear to sell her to the underground network in Southeast Asia. This kind of woman should be kept by his side for the rest of his life. There's also the password. The man pushed Song Jining's chin with the gun. Why don't you tell me now and I'll let you go? Song Jining, did she look that stupid? If she told him the password, what awaited her would probably be worse than death. Of course, even if she didn't tell him the password, what awaited her wouldn't be any better than death. What's more, her car was actually just a modified car. It wasn't a branded custom-made car at all, and there was no password at all. She only said that to stall for time so that someone could come and save her. Seeing the man approaching step by step, Song Jining quickly racked her brain. Plans flashed through her mind. The man didn't give her more time to think. The gun in his hand gradually slid down from her chin, down along her neck, and was about to slide down to her perky chest. What the F***ck are you waiting for? Another 2 cars drove over from the darkness and stopped beside them. Deputy Director Jia poked his head out and said angrily, "Are you a beast? You don't even pick a place to be in heat. Hurry up and take her away. Someone's already chasing after us." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2045, The Fisherman and the Fish, 8. Today was the 3rd update. At 1:00 in the afternoon, the leader of the September Alliance would update. At 8:30 in the evening of the 3rd update. P.S. I just discovered that there's a second leader, Zeb, in the QQ reading group. Welcome to the leader group. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2057. The man's hand that was holding the gun trembled. He looked around and asked in disbelief, "So fast?" Song Jining's car had long been surrounded by several cars that they had arranged in advance. It would be difficult for her to escape even if she had wings. They were just waiting to catch her. In the end, he didn't expect to be scolded in the face. The man smashed the butt of his gun at the back of Song Jining's neck, trying to knock her out. Unexpectedly, Song Jining was already prepared. She suddenly lowered her head and raised her leg, kicking the man's crotch. "Ah!" The man howled and dropped his gun to the ground. He covered his crotch and almost fainted on the spot. There was another whooshing sound as a car sped up from behind. Someone had already raised their gun and fired. A bullet was fired from behind and hit the back of the thug who had been crying while holding his crotch. His cries stopped abruptly, and he fell in front of Song Jining with a thud. Song Jining quickly covered her head and squatted down. The doors of the 2 cars behind them opened, and a dozen tall, muscular men rushed over with their guns raised. At the same time, they kept shooting at the cars surrounding Song Jining's car. The tires of those cars were all flattened. The people who had caught up were all well-trained and were obviously regular soldiers. Most of the people surrounding Song Jining were outlaws. Seeing that the people who had come to save Song Jining were all fierce, their brutality was aroused. One by one, they jumped out of the cars and started shooting at the soldiers who had caught up with them. Song Jining had never experienced such a hail of bullets before, and her heart was pounding. However, she had cooperated with the military and had done so many years of experiments, so she could still handle it. She hugged her head and rubbed against the door, trying to hide on the other side of the car. One of the soldiers who had caught up from behind had already reached Song Jining. He quickly took off his bulletproof vest and hung it on Song Jining. He said anxiously, Director Song, don't be afraid. The chief is coming to save you. Song Jining was stunned. Who are you working for? The chief asked us to protect you. The soldier raised his hand and fired, shooting down a few thugs who had rushed over recklessly. Hide behind the car. The soldier used his own body to protect Song Jining, but there were just too many criminals. They came prepared, and there were 10 times more of them than the dozen people chasing after them. Song Jining was anxious. She pulled down the bulletproof vest that the soldier had hung around her neck and said, Put it on. Their target is me, they won't kill me. As soon as she finished speaking, a bullet whistled through the air and hit the soldier in front of her who had taken off his own bulletproof vest to protect her. The bullet entered his chest. His body twitched and he fell in front of Song Jining. Ever since Lu Yuan had risked everything to save her 18 years ago, this was the second time she had seen someone willing to sacrifice his life to save her. The 10 or so soldiers that Hu Guanchen had sent to protect them were all very powerful. They were not inferior to the armed criminals who outnumbered them 10 to 1. They quickly surrounded the criminals and took them down one by one. It was truly 1 against 10. Superintendent Song, please drive our car back. A soldier moved in front of Song Jining and looked at his fallen comrade. His eyes were a little red, and he hurriedly pulled Song Jining away. Song Jining pursed her lips. Wait a minute. Song Jining could have left quickly while these people were fighting with the criminals, but she looked at the soldier who was losing his life in front of her. She turned around and opened her car door. She took out the first aid kit from the car and quickly bandaged his wound. It looked like he wasn't dead yet. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, she couldn't let him die from excessive bleeding. The soldier who had urged her to leave saw that she didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, she took the first aid kit and bandaged his comrade's wound. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He was stunned for a moment and was extremely touched. His eyes were a little sore. She raised her hand and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. She picked up the gun that her comrade had dropped and held it in her hand. Her hands moved, and her lethality instantly doubled. Song Jining bandaged the wound of the soldier who had just fallen and continued to call Hu Xiaoheng, but she still couldn't get through. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng had just spoken to Lu Yuan on the phone. He knew that he had suddenly lost contact with Song Jining the moment he spoke to her. It felt like he had been blocked by an electromagnetic field. Lu Yuan was very worried. In a moment of desperation, he called Hu Xiaoheng and asked him to contact the relevant authorities to find out what was going on with Song Jining. Hu Xiaoheng immediately informed his security personnel to take action and ordered Zhao Liangzi to check the electromagnetic signals in the entire imperial capital. Places with electromagnetic interference were different from other places with electromagnetic signals. As long as there was a powerful central signal network system, it was easy to analyze the specific location of the electromagnetic shield from large data. Major General Hua, the location of the electromagnetic shield has been determined. Zhao Liangzi quickly reported calmly, in the past hour, there were 3 places in the imperial capital that had illegal electromagnetic shields. One was the Sheraton Hotel on the north side of the 3rd Ring Road. It has now been lifted. One is the Xiangshan Villa district, and the other is in the southwest, just out of the imperial capital. Then, he reported the specific address. Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand and turned on the 3D real-time map projection in the central control room. In the open space of the laboratory, a microscopic miniature of a city appeared in front of them. Zhao Liangzi had marked the 3 places with illegal electromagnetic shields, so the color of the image in these 3 places was darker than in other places. At a glance, it was obvious that something was wrong. Hu Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back and looked at the 3 locations expressionlessly. After only 3 seconds, he pointed to the southwest and said, "Here, quickly informed the special forces and asked them to send another group of people out of the imperial capital. At the same time, order the traffic police everywhere to block all the roads on the surface of the imperial capital. Because this incident had happened in the country, the special operations forces could not be mobilized. However, in the entire Huaxia Empire, the special operations forces were not the only powerful department. At the same time, Hu Xiaoheng picked up the landline and called Lu Yuan. He said, "I've already sent someone over. The situation over there is indeed not right." Lu Yuan looked at the dense traffic in front of him and slammed the steering wheel. He was finally angry. "Xiaoheng, send me a helicopter. I'm going to save Jining." Hu Xiaoheng was slightly stunned. "I've already sent someone over. No one in the country is more powerful than General Ji's special forces. No. I must go." Lu Yuan's eyes were red. "Xiaoheng. I don't think it's an ordinary person this time. You can't underestimate the enemy." Hu Xiaoheng suddenly thought of Gu Nianji, who was still at the Sheraton Hotel, and his palms gradually began to sweat. Although he had not lost contact with Gu Nianji, she was still trapped there and had not come out with Speaker Long Song. Jining's situation was obviously not good either. Hu Xiaoheng's mind raced, and he quickly said, "Okay, I'll send a helicopter to pick you up right away. Send me the location." His uncle was no less skilled than him, and he was also experienced. If he went out, he would have Lu Jin's technical support behind him. The chances of rescuing Song Jining should be greater than if he went out himself. Hu Xiaoheng immediately decided to give this opportunity to Lu Yuan. At the same time, he ordered, "Prepare a helicopter for me to the Sheraton Hotel." 5 minutes later, the roar of an armed helicopter appeared above the road where Lu Yuan was. The strangely shaped helicopter flew lower and lower, making a rumbling noise and creating a huge cyclone. Soon, it stopped somewhere above. The drivers who were stuck here became excited. They took out their phones to take close-up photos of the rarely seen armed helicopters. At that moment, a rope ladder fell from the helicopter and hung steadily less than a meter away from the roof of Lu Yuan's car. Lu Yuan got out of the car, grabbed the rope ladder, and climbed up quickly. Just as he was about to climb into the helicopter, someone in the traffic below him quietly raised his gun and aimed it at Lu Yuan, who was climbing. In the darkness, the red dot on the scope suddenly flashed. The sniper on the helicopter was not to be trifled with. He suddenly pulled the trigger, and the man holding a simple sniper rifle in the car below was shot in the head and fell into his seat. At that moment, Lu Yuan finally climbed into the helicopter and immediately said, "Southwest. Major General Hua has sent you the location, right?" The pilot of the helicopter immediately took off and flew quickly southwest of the imperial capital. Meanwhile, Song Jining was in the midst of a fierce battle. The dozen or so soldiers that Hu Guanchen had sent to protect her in secret were all injured. 2 of them were seriously injured, and some were slightly injured. However, the more than 100 gangsters on the other side had suffered heavy casualties. Almost all of them had been taken down by them. They were about to win a complete victory, but the other party seemed to be determined to capture Song Jining. A tall and thin man appeared out of nowhere. He was not wearing a mask or a hoodie. Instead, he was wearing a hunting suit and looked very capable. He had single eyelids, fair skin, and thin lips. With a solemn face, he placed a black cylindrical object that was 20 centimeters long and 5 centimeters in diameter on the ground and quickly rolled backwards. The bullets of the soldiers on Song Jining's side rained down on the man, making him unable to raise his head. However, he only endured for 3 seconds before he forced himself to crawl forward and braved the powerful firepower to reach the black cylindrical object. Bang! A bullet hit his head. Before he closed his eyes, his hand was pressed against the black cylindrical object. Boom! With a loud bang, the black cylindrical object exploded in front of them. The bright white light from the explosion almost cut through the sky, illuminating the dark sky as bright as day. The soldiers in front of Song Jining fell to the ground one by one. Song Jining looked at the dazzling white light in horror. Her ears were still echoing with the loud bang just now, and her eyes were almost blinded by the white light. However, even if she became blind and deaf, she would never forget the white light or the loud bang. The white light and the loud bang were exactly the same as the scene when their experiment failed 18 years ago. It was just that the scale and intensity were countless times smaller, just like a highly restored miniature version of their experiment. This was the second update for today, Chapter 2046, The Fisherman and the Fish, 9. Sent to Helen 3500 Meatball, full promotion to the leader of September. At 8:30 in the evening. Chapter 2058. The white light slowly faded. Song Jining, who had forgotten to close her eyes because she was too shocked, found that she couldn't see. She reached out in a panic and fumbled for her phone in her pocket. Before she could reach it, a man grabbed her arm forcefully and pulled her up, stumbling as he ran forward. "Who are you? Why are you pulling me? Where are you taking me?" Song Jining shouted. She struggled hard, and the man said fiercely, "Shut up. Don't waste your energy. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." Song Jining heard this voice. It was the person who had said that someone was chasing after her. He should be the leader of this group of people, right? Then she thought about it. Had the dozen or so soldiers just now all been sacrificed? She was extremely sad. As she struggled, she was handcuffed by the man and dragged forward. Not long after, the man stuffed her into another car and tied her to the back seat. Then, he sat in the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and sped forward. When Lu Yuan flew over with the helicopter, he happened to see the unusually bright white light and an earth-shattering explosion. He was so shocked that he almost jumped out of the helicopter on the spot. The shockwave of the explosion hit him head-on, causing the heavyweight helicopter to sway. The pilot of the helicopter had no choice but to quickly turn the rudder and take a detour to avoid the fate of being affected by the aftermath of the explosion. Fortunately, they were still a little far from the center of the explosion. Of course, the most fortunate thing was that the yield of this explosion was hundreds of times smaller than the previous explosion, so the area of destruction was also much smaller. Lu Yuan gripped the armrest of the seat in the cabin tightly and looked at the slowly dissipating white light in the distance with his eyes wide open. The loud explosion still echoed in his ears, as if the failure of the experiment 18 years ago was right in front of him again. What the hell was going on? Could it be that the failure of the experiment was not the normal result of a scientific experiment, but was deliberately caused by someone? Lu Yuan was a direct participant in that experiment. He had always known that that kind of experiment was very dangerous to begin with, and there was always the risk of failure. Everyone was also mentally prepared. Therefore, when the final experiment failed and the earth-shattering explosion occurred, he was not surprised. Instead, he quickly took measures to minimize the damage. At the critical moment, he pushed Song Jining out, but he was dragged into an unknown situation. This time, without him by her side, what would happen to Song Jining? Lu Yuan's mind went blank for a moment, and he was unable to think normally. After a while, when the aftermath of the explosion dissipated and the helicopter flew normally, he slowly came back to his senses. The prickling pain in his palm woke him up. He lowered his head and looked at his palm. Because he had used too much force, the armrest of the seat was almost deformed. He retracted his hand as if nothing had happened and grabbed the microphone to talk to the pilot. "How long until we arrive?" The helicopter pilot said bitterly, "We're almost there. But after the explosion just now, I'm afraid the situation isn't optimistic. The previous electromagnetic shielding was just a small matter, but this unusual explosion quickly attracted the attention of the relevant parties. Hu Xiaoheng had already made a request for the special forces to be deployed to rescue Song Jining. Now that the military's cooperation with Song Jining had received the news of the explosion, they were all shocked. The originally quiet department suddenly became noisy. The people who came and went had solemn expressions as they restarted the investigation of the reason for the failure of the experiment 18 years ago. At the same time, the special guards and military experts rushed to the scene. Lu Yuan was one step ahead of them and had already arrived above the scene of the explosion. From the air, the explosion was even more terrifying. Although the scale and intensity of the experiment failure 18 years ago were many times smaller, the damage caused at the center of the explosion still looked very shocking. The low buildings near the center of the explosion had already collapsed, and the streets were severely damaged. Moreover, a visible radiation circle was formed, just like the traces of the wheat field collapse in England. Unfortunately, this kind of trace did not appear in the uninhabited wheat fields, but in the inhabited streets and communities. Although this was already a suburb and the population density was not high, it was still significantly different from the wheat fields in England. "Mr. Liu, do you still want to fly forward?" the helicopter pilot asked in a low voice. "Or do we go down?" The military just issued an emergency notice announcing that this place has become a no-fly zone. Originally, the sky above the third ring road of the imperial capital was a no-fly zone. Other than rescue helicopters, no aircraft were allowed to approach. Lu Yuan's heart tightened. He went to the pilot's side and looked. He pointed at a point on the instrument radar and said, "After the explosion, only this point is still moving. Put me down. I want to go and see what's going on." But the military's emergency order said that there is super strong radiation there. "Do you have protective clothing?" The helicopter pilot quickly sized up Lu Yuan. "If you don't, it's better to go back and put it on before coming over." Of course, he couldn't take the helicopter anymore. He should come over with the military special car. Lu Yuan couldn't afford to waste time. He closed his eyes. "No need. Just put me down here." He wanted to chase after Song Jining. He had already missed 18 years. He probably wouldn't have a second 18 years in his life. "Are you sure?" The helicopter pilot confirmed again and again, afraid that he would misunderstand Lu Yuan's meaning. "That's already a high radiation zone." Lu Yuan knew better than anyone whether there was radiation here or not. Of course, he wouldn't say it. He smiled at the pilot and continued through the microphone, "It's okay. Put me down. I wanted to go down myself. I'll explain it to Major General Hua." The pilot breathed a sigh of relief. "Then go to the cabin door. I'll put down the rope ladder." He gestured for Lu Yuan to go down the rope ladder. Lu Yuan poked his head out to take a look and found that the helicopter had already landed very close to the ground. He could clearly see where he was going to land. It was not far in front of him. He climbed down the rope ladder from the helicopter backwards. As he called, he turned on his Bluetooth headset and dialed Lu Jin's number. "Lu Jin, I need your help," Lu Yuan said calmly. Lu Yuan said calmly. In the air, the sound of the wind blew past and reached Lu Jin's ears through his Bluetooth headset. Lu Jin was performing a high-energy physics-related proposition on his computer. When he heard Lu Jin's words, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Boss Lu rarely called him by his full name so seriously. Once he called him that, something big would happen. And in the past 18 years, this kind of situation had happened very few times for Lu Yuan. Lu Jin immediately became serious. "Boss Lu, what happened?" This was today's third update, Chapter 2047, The Fisherman and the Fish, 10. Chapter 2059. Lu Yuan revealed a smile amidst his anxiety. Under the strong illumination of the helicopter, he saw a slightly flat piece of land, let go of the rope ladder, and jumped down. He was a little anxious and let go of his hand at a relatively high place. Therefore, after he fell to the ground, he rolled forward on the spot to remove the huge gravitational acceleration and landed successfully. He quickly hid behind a big tree by the side of the road. He took out his phone to check and found that the electromagnetic shielding here had disappeared. Of course, after the explosion just now, no matter what kind of electromagnetic shielding equipment it was, it would have been destroyed. There was a big pit in the ground, and many people were lying on top and bottom of the pit. There were about 100 of them, and most of them looked ashen and didn't seem to be breathing. However, there were also a few people who were still breathing. Lu Yuan quickly looked around and then made a video call with Lu Jin. As he transmitted the situation to him through his phone, he said, "Did you see that? There was an explosion here just now, and Director Song disappeared here. Can you come over immediately and help me see if there are any people here who can be saved?" When Lu Yuan said this, his voice was trembling slightly. No matter how Song Jining left this world, Lu Yuan couldn't bear the consequences. He had been separated from her for 18 years, and there was no second 18 years for him to be separated from her. Lu Jin frowned as he looked at the image that Lu Yuan had transmitted back. He said in surprise, "There was an explosion here, and then Director Song disappeared. Where is this place? Why did Director Song go there? That's not the point." Lu Yuan punched the withered tree trunk in frustration. "The point is, can you come over and help me immediately?" They had no clues at all. They didn't know whether Song Jining was dead or alive, nor did they know where she was. "Boss Lu, don't worry. I'll be right there." Lu Jin quickly used his phone to locate Lu Yuan's location. He found his coordinates and entered them into a car that he had modified. This car could drive itself, in the true sense of the word. Lu Jin sat in the car and first opened the operation interface. He uploaded the traffic light system of the entire imperial capital. Then, according to the road conditions, he asked the computer to match the shortest route. "Destination A, go." Lu Jin gave a voice command to his car. Destination A was Lu Yuan's coordinates that Lu Jin had just entered. The car received the command and began to drive according to the established route, of course, of Lu Yuan. At the same time, Wu Xiaoheng's helicopter had already arrived at the top floor of the Sheraton Hotel and was slowly descending. "Greetings, Chief." One of the special guards on the tarmac on the top floor ran over and saluted him. Wu Xiaoheng raised his hand and asked calmly, "What's the situation here?" "All the management staff of the Sheraton Hotel have been detained in the conference room. It said that someone impersonated the management and escaped. General Hua is currently leading the special forces in pursuit." End of report. The man stood on both feet and replied in a loud and clear voice. Wu Xiaoheng quickly walked to the elevator on the side of the tarmac. He asked calmly, "Where's Speaker Long? What about Chief Gu? Who will guarantee their safety?" "Speaker Long and Chief Gu are currently under our protection and waiting for the helicopter to arrive." End of report. Wu Xiaoheng heaved a sigh of relief. Although things were somewhat out of his expectations, most of the situation was still under his control. He raised his head and looked in the southwest direction, where a huge white light had just flashed and lit up half the night sky of the city. The explosion was too unexpected. He had always thought that the other party's motive was Xiang Zhuang's sword dance and that his intention was to harm Duke Pei. He didn't expect that Gu Nianji wasn't their only target. Wu Xiaoheng's mind raced as he answered Lu Yuan's call. He asked in a deep voice, "CEO Lu, how's the situation on your side?" Lu Yuan was anxiously waiting for Lu Jin's arrival as he said, "It's still being tested." We haven't found any trace of Director Song for the time being. I asked Lu Jin for help, and he'll be here soon. Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank. Not at all. I'll be right there. He walked into the elevator without stopping and quickly went down to the lobby on the first floor. It was much better than the chaotic situation just now. General Ji's special guards took control of the entire situation as soon as they arrived. No one dared to walk around the entire hotel without permission. The people who wanted to force their way in were shot down and paralyzed at the bottom of the steps. No one dared to act rashly anymore. The elevator door suddenly opened to the side. Hua Xiaoheng looked up and quickly walked in the direction of Gu Nianji and Speaker Long. Gu Nianji was talking to Speaker Long with her head lowered when she suddenly heard Hua Xiaoheng's voice in her ear. Speaker Long, may I have a word with you? Gu Nianji turned around and looked at Hua Xiaoheng in surprise. Her black glass-like eyes instantly lit up. Major General Hua. You're here. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and nodded at her. At the same time, he turned to look at Speaker Long and said, Speaker Long, I have something to do to pick up Nianji. I'll leave first. The helicopter specially dispatched by the special guards will arrive soon. You have to leave this place. Speaker Long looked at him solemnly and nodded. Did something happen in the southwest? You know about it. Hua Xiaoheng's heart was burning with anxiety, but he still maintained a calm posture. He said calmly, something did happen. The special guards have also rushed over, but because it has something to do with Ms. Song, I have to go take a look myself. Speaker Long quickly waved his hand. Go quickly. But then he looked at Gu Nianji. Why are you taking her there? What if there's danger over there? Hua Xiaoheng didn't feel safe leaving Gu Nianji with anyone at this time. Although the other party had shown that they really cared about Song Jining, who knew if they wouldn't come back again? Hua Xiaoheng held Gu Nianji's hand. I need her help with something. Speaker Long, can I borrow Chief Gu for a while? It's not impossible, but you must ensure her safety, Speaker Long said sternly. I'm handing her over to you, not to put her in danger. Hua Xiaoheng gave Speaker Long a proper military salute. Don't worry, Speaker Long. I will do everything in my power to protect Chief Gu's safety. Gu Nianji blushed a little, but her heart was warm. It was as if someone had given her a reassurance pill. She wasn't afraid at all, nor was she worried at all. With Hua Xiaoheng, even if they had to die together, she wouldn't be afraid. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and left with Gu Nianji. When he entered the elevator, he called Hua Guanchen. It took a while for the call to go through, and Hua Guanchen's voice came from the Bluetooth headset. His voice was a little erratic, like it was echoing in the open wilderness. General Hua, how are things on your side? Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly. Hua Guanchen said, Kevin was originally heading towards Xiangshan, but now he's heading southwest. We're in pursuit. Southwest? Hua Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed, and he immediately said, Miss Song is in danger in the southwest. There was a big explosion there, and we're on our way there. What? Hua Guanchen roared. Say that again. His voice was completely hoarse, and his hoarse voice hurt Hua Xiaoheng's eardrums. This was the first chapter of the day, chapter 2048, The Fisherman and the Fish, 11. Today was the third chapter, and at 1:00 in the afternoon, September would send out additional chapters. 8:30 p.m. of the third chapter. It was Monday, and recommendation votes were especially important. Chapter 2060. Didn't I already send so many people to protect her? How could she go missing? Where are those people? Hua Guanchen continued to shout in his hoarse voice. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji quickly walked into the elevator. Normal cell phone reception was relatively poor in the elevator, but of course, Wu Xiaoheng's cell phone didn't have this problem at all. The cell phone he brought this time had a dedicated line support, so it could connect to any place without any blind spots. Therefore, he could clearly hear Hu Guangchen's hoarse voice. If he had known this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? This thought flashed through Hu Xiaoheng's mind. He continued calmly. The exact situation is still unclear, but there was a huge explosion over there, and the information was cut off for a while. Perhaps most of your people have already been sacrificed. Hu Guangchen was stunned. He looked at the vast night sky ahead. The bright headlights shone through the darkness, guiding him in the right direction. However, the brighter the road ahead, the darker it became on both sides. It was so dark that he could barely see where he was. The December night in the imperial capital was very cold. Driving with the car windows open, the night wind was like thousands of knives cutting his face. However, Hu Guangchen could no longer feel the pain. Have they really been sacrificed? Hu Guangchen said in a low voice. How many people did the other party have? What kind of explosion? Thinking about what Hu Guangchen had hinted to him and what Lu Yuan had just said, Hu Xiaoheng only said one sentence. It said that it's exactly the same as the explosion 18 years ago. Hu Guangchen's eyes suddenly lit up. Hu Xiaoheng's words were like a shot of adrenaline injected into his heart. Is it really related to the failure of the experiment 18 years ago? Hu Xiaoheng didn't know much about the failure of the experiment 18 years ago. It was only after Hu Guangchen had hinted to him that he knew that Hu Guangchen hadn't given up investigating the past 18 years. However, too much time had passed, and Hu Xiaoheng didn't know as much about this matter as Hu Guangchen did. Moreover, Hu Guangchen hadn't shared all the information with Hu Xiaoheng. So when he heard Hu Guangchen's words, Hu Xiaoheng snorted coldly. So you had a premonition, but now that such a big mess has happened, you should think about how to face the military's questioning. After a pause, Hu Xiaoheng continued, also, if anything happens to Ms. Song this time, our relationship as father and son will come to an end. After saying this, Hu Xiaoheng hung up the phone and pulled Gu Nianji into the helicopter. Hu Xiaoheng sat in the pilot's seat and had Gu Nianji sit directly behind him before fastening her seatbelt. Gu Nianji smiled and greeted the soldiers in the helicopter. Hello, thank you for coming to save me. The soldiers were Hu Xiaoheng's guards. One was a carefully selected sniper, one was a spotter, and the other two were technical support on the helicopter. They were responsible for contacting the headquarters directly. Hut, hua hut. Gu, ti hua hut. Ti he. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say a word. He put on the pilot's sunglasses and headphones, piloting the helicopter quickly to take off and fly southwest. 400 meters ahead, target accelerating. 500 meters ahead, target speed of 100 kilometers per hour. The driver in the car was scared witless. Chief, what kind of car is he driving? A roller coaster. He can actually exceed the speed limit by 100 kilometers. Hu Guangchen sneered. If he hadn't exceeded the speed limit by so much, we would have caught up with him a long time ago. He had cast his net for so long just to catch the big fish, Kevin. Kevin was too cunning. Other than instigating Guohuining to do stupid things from time to time, he didn't have any flaws at all. Without evidence, they couldn't arrest him. After all, he couldn't use suspicion as evidence. It wasn't until this time, when Kevin personally attacked Gu Nianji, that Hu Guangchen decided to close the net. At first, he thought that the other party's target was Song Jining, but then he realized that the other party seemed to know that he was monitoring them, but they still acted as usual. This made him think that maybe Song Jining was just a cover, and the other party actually had another purpose. When he saw Gu Nianji being attracted here today, he was certain that the enemy's real target was Gu Nianji. After all, compared to Song Jining, Gu Nianji had more secrets. Just like how she had mysteriously disappeared a year ago, and this time, she had mysteriously returned with Lu Yuan. Huo Guangchen already had an idea. Following the illegal fireworks, the appearance of the illegal electromagnetic shield, and Gu Nianji's sudden loss of contact with Speaker Long at the Sheraton Hotel, as well as the small explosion at their location, Huo Guangchen was very confident in his theory. So when he heard Hu Xiaoheng say that Song Jining had also been in trouble, he suddenly realized that the other party's real target was actually more than one. But why would the other party target both Song Jining and Gu Nianji? Could it be that the failure of the experiment 18 years ago actually had something to do with Gu Nianji? Gu Nianji was only 2 years old at the time. How was it related? Huo Guangchen shook his head and decided not to think about Gu Nianji's problem for now. Based on that explosion, Huo Guangchen could conclude that this group of people really had something to do with the failure of the joint experiment between the military and the Institute of High Energy Physics 18 years ago. They really hit it well. Had they really not given themselves away in the past 18 years? Or had they appeared before, but he just didn't realize it? For the first time, Huo Guangchen regretted and was afraid. He shouldn't have kept all this information in his hands. He should have shared it with others, especially not Hu Xiaoheng. If something really happened to Song Jining this time, Huo Guangchen knew that it was his own conceit that hurt her. Huo Guangchen was burning with anxiety. He slammed the window and said in a low voice, "Speed up." 150 kilometers over the speed limit. Their car was a modified car, so the speed limit on the highway was nothing to them. Also, their car had military plates, so they could drive at the speed limit now that they were on a special mission. Hearing Huo Guangchen's order, the driver perked up and replied loudly, "Yes, Chief." The Special Forces team led by Huo Guangchen suddenly accelerated and drove quickly on the highway. The modified cars had excellent performance. Even though they accelerated to the point where they were about to fly, the engine could still maintain silent mode. At this time, the ordinary vehicles on the highway only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Several Humvees flashed past their eyes. The image of the military vehicles was still in their retinas, but the military vehicles had already left them far behind and disappeared in an instant. Most importantly, they couldn't hear a single sound. This was even more exciting than Formula One racing in Europe. A few drivers who liked to post on Weibo quickly took a few photos of the afterimages and posted them on Weibo with a sensational title. "Our Army's secret weapon, silent engine, the speed of portals." Guess how much over the speed limit? However, after these posts were posted, they were quickly deleted by the system. The few accounts also realized that they had been banned and would not be able to post on Weibo for 3 days. It seemed like they had discovered something amazing. After Huo Guangchen's team sped up, they finally got closer and closer to the black Land Rover in front. Kevin and his men were in the car in front. The corners of Huo Guangchen's lips curled into a cold, bloodthirsty smile. This is today's Second Alliance Leader Plus update, Chapter 2049, The Fisherman and the Fish, 12. This is the update for September's Love to Read promotion to Alliance Leader. 8:30 p.m. of the third night. Monday, recommendation votes are especially important. Chapter 2061. The night wind was piercingly cold, and the darkness was like a huge shell that enveloped everything. The flashing headlights were the only bright spot in the shell. Kevin cursed softly in the car and asked the driver beside him, "Can't you drive a little faster?" The driver said bitterly, "This is already the maximum speed this car can reach. Any faster and the car will fall apart." Kevin punched the window angrily. "We're already going so fast, how can the people behind us get closer? Is the engine of a lousy country like the Huaxia Empire already so powerful? I don't believe it. The car behind us is a military vehicle." The driver glanced at the rearview mirror. The Huaxia Empire's military stuff is different from civilian stuff. Maybe there's something powerful that we don't know about. Kevin clenched his fists, his handsome face almost contorted. The Huaxia Empire's military has something powerful. Looks like we didn't give them enough money. Those spies are all useless. Until now, no one has leaked any information about this. His driver was also a trusted subordinate who had followed him for many years. He smiled bitterly. The cost of obtaining information is much higher now. Back in the day, we could get a full set of information on the Huaxia Empire's new nuclear submarines with just a few tens of thousands of US dollars. Now, we can't even get our hands on it. What's the point of saying all this now? If we don't think of something, we'll be caught like turtles in a jar. Kevin closed his eyes at the approaching headlights. When he turned around, he saw Guohuaning tied up in the back seat from the corner of his eye. He curled his lips in disdain. Guoguanshan watched the black Land Rover in front of him get closer and calmer. Open the window and use the observer to measure the wind speed. Snipers, get ready. The target is the tires of the car in front. Guoguanshan raised his hand and gave the order. The soldiers in the car immediately took action. The window above them slowly opened to reveal a gap. The observer extended the instrument and began to measure the wind speed as well as the actual distance of the car in front. The window next to them slowly lowered a gap, and the sniper mounted his sniper rifle. Through the cross-shaped infrared night vision scope, not only could they see the car's tires, but they could also see the moving figures in the car. There are 4 people in the car in front. 1 driver, 2 members of his entourage who are sitting down, and 1 member of his entourage who is lying down. The person lying down is tied up. Guoguanshan waved his hand. Hit the tires and force the car in front to stop. Prepare for battle. They had already arrived at a deserted area where there were no cars passing by. Looking at the map, they were already close to the southwestern suburbs of the imperial capital. The observer immediately reported a set of data. The sniper adjusted the scope of the sniper rifle according to the data and aimed again. Bang! With a muffled sound like firecrackers being set off in a teacup, the left rear tire of the black Land Rover in front deflated. The car lurched, but the car did not stop. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and the right rear tire of the black Land Rover in front flattened. Squeak! The 2 tires of the black Land Rover in front of them had been blown up. Finally, it could not continue driving. It spun 90 degrees on the spot and stopped in the middle of the road. Guoguanshan led the members of the special forces to block the back road of the car in front of them before getting out of the car to surround it. Bang 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 bang. Kevin couldn't just sit and wait for death. Together with the 2 people in the car, they fired at the people who surrounded them. The bullets deviated in the night wind and did not hit their targets. Instead, it ignited the bloodlust of the special forces. They were all elite soldiers among elite soldiers selected from the entire military. All of them were all-round and had no shortcomings. Seeing that the criminals in the car still dared to fight back with guns, the special forces walking at the front listened to the direction the bullets came from and instinctively raised their hands to shoot. Almost at the same time the car window broke, a bullet mark appeared on the forehead of the person sitting next to Guohuaning in the back seat. It was the same mark as the one on the car window. He didn't even make a sound as he fell into the back seat. Blood gradually flowed from the bullet hole on his forehead and covered his face. Guohuaning had already woken up. Seeing this scene, she felt that she might as well have passed out. She couldn't stop screaming. Hearing her scream, Kevin's eyes narrowed. He quickly leaned over from the front seat and grabbed Guohuaning. Pointing the gun at her head, he said through gritted teeth, "It's all up to you now. Let's see what position you have in General Hua's heart." The Huaxia military was everywhere. Kevin had no intention of leaving alive. He wanted to perish together with the enemy. Picking up the sobbing Guohuaning from the back seat, Kevin dialed his boss's number and said, "If the operation fails, I'll use my life to make up for it." The person on the other end was very agitated and said hoarsely, "Don't fight with your life. You have to live. I'll hire the best lawyer to help you with the lawsuit." Kevin's heart skipped a beat. What if they shoot me dead? If they shoot you dead, I'll make them pay. His boss said firmly. Kevin, you're an American citizen. They wouldn't dare to shoot an American. Kevin was speechless. Would this really work? But since his boss had said so, he might as well give it a try. He didn't plan on living anyway. At most, he would die. Kevin opened the car window and shoved Guo Huining's head out. He said loudly, "General Hua. You're chasing me relentlessly. Is it because of this woman? If you want her to live, don't force me." When Guo Huining heard that it was Huo Guanchen, she was overjoyed and cried, "Guanchen. Save me. Save me." Huo Guanchen held his gun and stood behind cover on the side of the road. He looked at the car and the headlights in front of him without saying a word. Half of Guo Huining's body was shoved out. Her hands were tied, and she struggled with all her might to form an acute triangle with the car window. The special guards asked him, "What do we do? Do we need to rescue the hostage?" Huo Guanchen said coldly, "She's not a hostage. She's an accomplice." The special guards were speechless. Huo Guanchen didn't deliberately lower his voice. Guo Huining and Kevin in the car heard it too. He was so cold. Guo Huining was so shocked that she forgot to cry for a moment. She looked in the direction of the voice in a daze. The night wind blew, and the tears on her face almost froze into ice. She snapped back to her senses. "I'm not an accomplice. I'm a hostage." Guo Huining shouted, "General Hua. Don't be fooled by them. I'm a hostage. They want to use me to threaten you." Huo Guanchen smirked. "I've never been threatened." He raised his hand and fired 2 shots directly in Guo Huining's direction. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots hit the metal windows on both sides of Guo Huining. Sparks flew. Guo Huining was so scared that her eyes rolled back and she fainted again. Kevin was furious. He pulled Guo Huining back from the car window and used her as a shield. He pointed the gun at her head and shouted outside, "I'm an American citizen. You dare to shoot an American citizen? Do you want to cause a diplomatic dispute? Our country will not let you off." This was today's 3rd update, Chapter 2050, The Fisherman and the Fish, 13. It's Monday. Recommendation votes are especially important. Chapter 2062. Huo Guanchen looked expressionlessly in the direction of the black Land Rover and said disapprovingly, "An American citizen taking a hostage from our country is a terrorist act. Even in the United States, they would be killed with 1 shot. Don't worry, we all have law enforcement recorders. Everything that happened today was recorded. If your country calls for justice, we don't mind releasing today's video to the world." Kevin couldn't believe what he was hearing. He actually had law enforcement recorders for such a confidential incident? His first reaction was complete disbelief. But on second thought, it didn't seem impossible. As far as he knew, there were many surveillance cameras in the imperial capital. Even if there weren't law enforcement recorders, there might be surveillance cameras installed in some corner. Once the surveillance footage was released on the internet, no matter how thick-skinned his country was, they wouldn't be able to continue standing up for him. Kevin gritted his teeth in hatred. This Huo Guanchen, he didn't know he was so cunning. Kevin smashed the gun against Guo Huining's head and sneered, "Now you admit she's a hostage. Didn't you just say she's my accomplice? She's your accomplice and your hostage at the same time. Guoguanshan slowly raised the gun. This isn't contradictory. You knocked her out and used her as your shield. Isn't that a hostage? Kevin, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, once the lights go out, I won't recognize any Americans or Huaxia people. Kevin's pupils constricted. Seeing that Kevin didn't speak for a long time, Guoguanshan put his other hand behind his back and used sign language to give orders to the members of the special forces to quietly surround and distract Kevin. Mr. Kevin, although you are an American citizen, your parents are immigrants from the Huaxia Empire. You're a Chinese American, right? He actually managed to find out about this. Kevin calmed down and twirled the gun in his hand. He said with a half-smile, General Huo really did a lot of homework. He didn't admit it or deny it. As he spoke, he also sent orders to his own people. There were several gunshots and the headlights on both sides were extinguished. The entire area was plunged into darkness. Kevin got out of the car with his guards and attempted to tear a hole in the encirclement to escape. However, Guoguanshan raised his gun and hit one of Kevin's guards. The guards screamed miserably, revealing their location. Guoguanshan's special guards immediately concentrated their firepower and attacked where Kevin and the others were. Kevin was, of course, wearing a bulletproof vest. He was also holding on to Guohuaning as a shield, so he was temporarily unharmed. However, Guohuaning was not so lucky. In the darkness, the bullets of the special guards flew everywhere, and several of them hit her. Her arms, legs, and shoulders were all shot, and she was awakened by the pain. When she opened her eyes, all she saw was darkness. There were only gunshots and occasional flashes of light dancing in front of her. This scene was like hell on earth to her, and she immediately began to wail mournfully. After being shot, the pain was excruciating, but it also stimulated her nerves. She couldn't even faint anymore. She could only watch helplessly as the bullets brushed past her, and one of them even scratched her face. Disfigured, definitely disfigured, Guohuaning couldn't help but scream even more miserably. As soon as she screamed, Kevin couldn't move no matter how hard he tried. He was completely exposed by Guohuaning. The members of the special guards finally put on their far-infrared night vision goggles and calmly cleaned up the guards around Kevin. The semi-automatic rifles with silencers worked smoothly in their hands, and the powerful firepower quickly took down most of the guards around him. The guards he brought were all former professional soldiers of a certain country. After retiring, they became mercenaries, but they were still completely defeated by the Huaxia Empire's special guards. Kevin's combat ability was also very strong. He hid behind Guohuaning and continuously fired back, even injuring a few members of the special guards. His resistance aroused the blood of the special guards even more, and they actually wanted to fight to the death. Guohuaning was scared out of her wits by the bullets flying past her, and she almost howled like she was mentally ill. In the end, Kevin felt that her howling was too annoying, so he pushed her away. Then he quickly lay on the ground, rolled a few times, and hid in a ditch by the side of the road. This ditch was originally used for drainage, but the imperial capital was relatively dry during the winter, so there was no water in the ditch, so it became a ready-made trench cover. At this time, Kevin only had two of the most powerful mercenaries with him. They took advantage of the opportunity to hide in the ditch to assemble two more semi-automatic submachine guns. This kind of gun was made of special materials, and after disassembly, it could avoid any security check. When assembled, it was more powerful than the semi-automatic submachine guns used by the regular army. It was Kevin's trump card. He hadn't thought about using this kind of gun because he was worried about exposing his true identity. But now he couldn't care less. He had to escape first before thinking about exposing his identity. If he couldn't escape, then the more powerful he looked, the better. As soon as the two mercenaries assembled the guns, they quickly carried their ammunition bags and stood up from the ditch. They raised their guns and fired at the special guards surrounding them. The members of the special guards didn't expect the three of them to have such powerful weapons. Although they reacted quickly and lay down in time, a few members of the special guards were still shot in the legs and fell to the ground. However, none of them wailed. Instead, they quickly dragged their injured legs and crawled away from the battlefield, not burdening their own people. The members of the special guards behind them immediately lay down and opened fire with their guns on the ground. The bullets hit the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The sound of bullets hitting the ground was endless. The enemy held semi-automatic submachine guns and fired as if they didn't care for their lives. The firepower was so dense that people couldn't even look up. Guangchen didn't want his own people to make unnecessary sacrifices. He ordered the members of the special guards not to attack and to continue surrounding them to exhaust their bullets. No matter how powerful these fugitives were, they couldn't be like them, who had the entire military backing them up and providing them with equipment. Just as they were in a stalemate, the roar of a helicopter came from above. Everyone couldn't help but look up. The helicopter suddenly lit up with a beam of light, illuminating the area. Then, the sound of gunfire descended from the sky and killed the two powerful mercenaries beside Kevin on the spot. Kevin hugged his head and shrank in the ditch. There were several times when he wanted to detonate the bomb and die with these people, but he remembered his boss's orders and held back. Did they think it was over just by capturing him? Let's wait and see. Come out. A member of the special guards raised his gun and aimed it at Kevin. Kevin slowly raised his hands and stood up from the ditch. He was now covered in dirt, and his well-ironed suit was wrinkled. He no longer looked elegant and handsome. Don't even think about silencing me, Kevin warned them fiercely. I've already informed my lawyer in the United States. He'll contact you immediately. Guangchen's arm was also slightly injured, but he didn't care. He didn't even bandage it. He still raised his gun and aimed it at Kevin's head. He ordered coldly, knock him out, cuff him, and search him. The member of the special guard smashed the butt of his gun against the back of Kevin's neck, knocking him out. Another member immediately searched Kevin's body. When they found the high-yield time bomb on Kevin's body, their backs still broke out in a cold sweat. If this person really wanted to die with them, the chances of them making it back alive were not high. Guangchen narrowed his eyes and stared in the direction where the helicopter disappeared. If he saw correctly, that was the armed helicopter of the Special Operations Forces. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2051, The Fisherman and the Fish, 14. There were 2 updates today. At 8:30 p.m. on the second update. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2063. That was the direction Hua Xiaoheng had told him about Song Jinning's disappearance. Guangchen's heart tightened. He immediately ordered, half of you, clean up the battlefield. The other half, follow me to escort the suspect, Kevin, back to the military for detention. Although he really wanted to see how Song Jinning was doing, he decided to escort Kevin back first. After spending so much effort to catch the suspect, he didn't feel at ease handing him over to anyone else. From the looks of it, Hua Xiaoheng had personally gone to rescue Song Jinning. Guangchen trusted in Hua Xiaoheng's work. The special guard quickly carried out Guangchen's orders, leaving half of the uninjured to clean up the battlefield, while the other half followed Guangchen to escort Kevin and Huining back with the injured. Hua Xiaoheng personally flew the helicopter southwest of the imperial capital. Along the way, he had already learned a lot about the situation on Lu Yuan's side through the ground communication with Zhao Liangze. Mr. Hua, General Hua's situation is also very complicated. According to the statistics, the number of criminals on General Hua's side isn't as many as President Lu's, but their combat power is extremely strong. Moreover, the enemy leader that General Hua is dealing with is Kevin. His status is much higher than the enemy leader, Deputy Director Jia, on Lu Yuan's side. This makes sense because Kevin was originally targeting Nianji, and Deputy Director Jia was targeting Superintendent Song. They must have underestimated the situation and thought that Superintendent Song didn't have many security guards around him, but they didn't expect General Hua to secretly place many soldiers around Superintendent Song as security guards. So, in the end, the enemy was desperate and even used that special explosion. Hua Xiaoheng listened quietly, occasionally grunting in response. Finally, Zhao Liangzi said, "The battle on General Hua's side has ended. We're starting to clean up the battlefield and escort the suspects back to the military." Dozens of powerful mercenaries were killed, and not a single one was spared. Hua Xiaoheng finally nodded and said, "Get Big Xiong to send someone to the military to ask about the situation. Kevin is an American citizen. The Special Operations Forces can assist in the investigation." Although Kevin was a foreigner, he had committed a crime on Huaxia territory, so the Special Operations Forces could not directly intervene because the Special Operations Forces had jurisdiction over all places outside of Huaxia territory. That is, unless they receive authorization from a domestic agency to assist in the investigation. However, cases like these that involved foreigners would usually require the Special Operations Forces to assist in the investigation. That was because a lot of evidence was collected overseas, and this was where the Special Operations Forces could show off their skills. Zhao Liangzi immediately said, "Yes, Mr. Hua. I'll let Big Xiong know right away." After dealing with the two most powerful mercenaries by Kevin's side, Hua Xiaoheng drove the helicopter and arrived not far from Lu Yuan. He didn't immediately find a flat place to land. Instead, he used the phone to contact Lu Yuan. "Director Lu, what's the situation?" Lu Jin had already arrived in his modified driverless car. He was holding his own equipment and investigating the evidence with Lu Yuan. "This explosion yield, this scale, and this intensity are indeed very close to the situation you described back then," Lu Jin said as he looked at the data on his instrument. "Who told you to test the explosion data now?" Lu Yuan was burning with anxiety. "Can you hurry up and see if there are still people alive here?" He needed someone as a clue to determine the direction in which Song Jining had been kidnapped as soon as possible. Lu Jin rolled his eyes. "I'm not sure about the strength and scale of the explosion. How can I be sure if she's the same as you back then?" Lu Yuan's heart tightened. Then is she the same? If she was like him back then she would have gone to the other side. Are you worried that she's gone to the other side? Lu Jin pursed his lips into the air in amusement. You're still nagging. Lu Yuan's emotions were rarely shown. Hurry up and tell me the results. We don't have time to listen to your long story. Even if she's over, don't be anxious. Lu Jin had never seen Lu Yuan so anxious before. He couldn't help but want to tease him. You've been on the other side for so many years, so you should know that there's no Song Jining on the other side. That's hard to say. Lu Yuan snorted and saw through Lu Jin's intentions. I've been on the other side for 18 years, but I've never heard of a great scientist called Song Jining, but that doesn't mean that there's no Song Jining on the other side. Lu Yuan was implying something. You told me that the other side is a counterpart. The counterpart corresponds to DNA, not a specific identity, status, or ability. Lu Jin smiled and nodded at him a few times. You have some brains. I'll be honest with you, with the scale and intensity of this explosion, it's wishful thinking to send someone to the other side. He took out the instrument and pointed it out to Lu Yuan. Do you see these data? Although it looks powerful, it's just a decoration because it's not big enough. What do you mean it's just a decoration? For example, it's like the difference between a miniature landscape and a normal landscape. Philosophically speaking, only quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. It's also applicable here. They haven't even reached the equivalent of this quantitative change, so of course it won't cause a qualitative change. You're thinking too much. You want to go to the other side. You're dreaming. Lu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief and glared at Lu Jin. Just say that you won't go to the other side. It's a waste of time to talk so much. Didn't you want me to find out where Director Song went? Lu Jin put down the instrument unhappily. I'm ruling out all kinds of possibilities. There's only one possibility left, and that's to determine her location. Then you might as well hurry up and wake up the soldiers here and see if they have any clues. Lu Yuan was burning with anxiety and didn't want to bicker with Lu Jin. The longer he delayed, the more danger Song Jining would face. Lu Jin didn't do as Lu Yuan said. Instead, he continued to adjust the instrument and pointed to the southeast. Director Song went over there. Lu Yuan. Are you sure? How did you detect it? Lu Jin stared at the data on the instrument and said without raising his head, they've all experienced the explosion here, and their bodies carry the same magnetic field energy as here. After my instrument inputs the magnetic field data here, I can use quantum entanglement to conduct a random search. Even if they've already fled to the ends of the world, it'll only take an instant for me to locate them. Lu Yuan, although he couldn't understand it all, hope suddenly rose in his heart. Report the coordinates. We'll go over immediately. As Lu Yuan spoke, he also heard the sound of a helicopter approaching from afar. He knew that reinforcements had arrived and couldn't help but be overjoyed. When Hu Xiaoheng contacted him, he immediately said, Lu Jin has confirmed Director Song's coordinates. Put down the rope ladder and we'll go over together. Using a plane to chase was always faster than using a car, especially when the ground could be caught off guard at any time. This was today's second watch, Chapter 2052, The Fisherman and the Fish, 15. There were 2 watches today. Remind me of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2064. Hu Xiaoheng immediately put down the rope ladder and said, Uncle Lu, have you confirmed the coordinates? Lu Yuan immediately reported the coordinates. Hu Xiaoheng immediately entered it into the helicopter's automatic navigation system and locked onto the coordinates. By the time Lu Yuan and Lu Jin climbed up the rope ladder, Hu Xiaoheng had already completed the directional control and was flying towards the coordinates. When Gu Nianji saw Lu Jin climb up, she pounced on him in surprise. Dad, you're here too. Lu Jin was shocked. Nianji, why are you here? Gu Nianji, Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback, but he quickly understood. Nianji is in danger too. Gu Nianji wasn't really in danger. The only thing that was more dangerous was when the chair suddenly exploded in the very soundproof small reception room of the Sheraton Hotel. However, because Hu Xiaoheng had reminded her in time, Gu Nianji hadn't been affected by the explosion. However, if Hu Xiaoheng hadn't called to check on Gu Nianji's condition, it would have been hard to say what would have happened. Gu Nianji saw that Lu Jin was worried and didn't want to say anything, but Lu Jin didn't need her to say anything. His face darkened and he immediately picked up his phone to search for what had happened in the imperial capital tonight. When he saw it, he was so angry that he almost went berserk on the helicopter. How dare you? How dare you use a bomb against my girl? Humph. Lu Jin waved his fist in exasperation. Lu Yuan, he looked at Lu Jin in confusion. How did you know there was a bomb against Nianji? I didn't see it on the news. Of course you didn't see it. They've blocked the news, Lu Jin said without hesitation. I found it out myself. Lu Yuan. They've blocked the news, so how did you find it out? Don't you think it's contradictory? Lu Jin scoffed and raised his phone. My search channel is different from your Chengdu or Google. The information blockades on the internet don't work on me at all. Why doesn't it work? Just because you're thick-skinned. Lu Yuan couldn't help retorting. Unexpectedly, Lu Jin wasn't angry. He smiled at him and said, "Boss Lu, I know you're in a bad mood today. I won't lower myself to your level. I said those information blockades don't work on me because the search engine I use is built on the basis of quantum entanglement. All information on the internet, whether encrypted or not, as long as it is circulated on the internet, including emails and text messages, I can search for keywords. So as long as someone talks about the Sheraton Hotel in private, I will know." Lu Jin patted Gu Nianji's head proudly. "I already knew that my girl went to the Sheraton Hotel with Speaker Long today to attend their Christmas party. I just searched for information and saw someone sending an encrypted email to someone reporting that the Sheraton Hotel's bomb plan failed and that the target has escaped. After comparing the two, I know that my girl was definitely the victim of an attempted bomb attack." Lu Yuan shook his head speechlessly. "You can even speculate that your daughter is in danger. What if it was someone else? For example, isn't Speaker Long a bigger target than Nianji?" "Who said that?" Lu Jin was furious. "How is Speaker Long more important than my girl? The other party is so generous, so of course they can only target my girl. How could anyone else be worth their time?" He made it sound like it was an honor to be the target of a bomb attack. Gu Nianji was also speechless. She quickly tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve and whispered, "Dad, I'm actually fine. You know that even if the bomb exploded, I'll be fine. At most, I'll suffer some physical pain. Of course. With your physique, you'll be able to recover in minutes." Lu Jin patted her on the shoulder. "And the bulletproof vest I made for you can even defend against missiles. Those small bombs are nothing." Gu Nianji, when she attended public events now, she would indeed wear the bulletproof vest Lu Jin had made for her under her clothes. It was both warm, beautiful, and had a strong bulletproof function. Lu Yuan couldn't stand it anymore and the corners of his mouth twitched. "But no matter how much it can heal, won't your girl still have to suffer? Even being scalded by boiling water will hurt, let alone being blown up by a bomb." These words made Lu Jin shut his mouth. After a while, he said hatefully, "Who set the bomb? Who had the guts? He must have a death wish." Gu Nianji recalled the situation at the time and frowned slightly. She said in a low voice, "At that time, the seats of the COO of the Sheraton Hotel and I both caught fire and exploded." Lu Jin sneered and said, "This is a petty trick to cover up, just like how murderers often have to create an alibi. It's simply a blatant lie." That was what he said, but if he went to court, this would indeed be strong evidence for the other party to get off the hook. Gu Nianji shook her head and felt that she was really possessed. What time was it, and she was still thinking about going to court. Kevin had been captured alive by the special guards. Just the charge of gathering a crowd to carry a gun was enough to make him suffer. Gu Nianji only regretted that Hu Xiaoheng hadn't shot Kevin to death when he was shooting down from the helicopter. Of course, she only dared to think about it in her heart and never dared to say it in front of Hu Xiaoheng. After a moment of silence, Gu Nianji sat next to Lu Jin and leaned her head on his shoulder. She said in a low voice, "Dad, don't say any more. Major General Hua has protected me very well. With you by my side, no one can touch me. But Miss Song..." Lu Jin couldn't help glancing at Lu Yuan when she mentioned Song Jining. Lu Yuan frowned and pursed his lips. He looked down at the scenery on the ground through the window and determined the location of the landmarks. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly pulled the joystick and said to the people in the cabin through the intercom, "There's an electromagnetic shield here again. The plane's autopilot has failed. I'll pilot it manually now. Fasten your seatbelts." When there was electromagnetic interference, the plane's navigation system would lose contact with the satellite system. The autopilot relied on navigation. Without navigation, it would depend on the pilot's skills and experience. They were about to reach their destination, and Hu Xiaoheng had no problem piloting it manually. But with Lu Jin around, how could he let someone else conduct electromagnetic interference? He didn't even need to use his own professional equipment. He just took out his phone and opened a small app. He quickly found the frequency of electromagnetic interference. As long as he found the frequency of the electromagnetic interference shielding, it would be a matter of minutes to crack it. Lu Jin only used his phone to counter it, and Hu Xiaoheng found that the helicopter's autopilot system was working again. He looked out the window at the thinning clouds. He held the rudder with both hands and steered the helicopter to land. He asked through the intercom, Uncle Lu, who sent an encrypted email saying that the operation had failed. Can you find out the real name authentication information of the person who sent and received the email? Lu Yuan, Lu Jin, Gu Nianji, the three of them were sweating profusely in their hearts. None of them had thought of following the clues. It was understandable that Lu Yuan had focused all his attention on Song Jining. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, was distracted by Lu Jin and didn't react at all. Only Lu Jin was the most ashamed. Since he could find the other party's encrypted email, and it was obvious that the mastermind behind the scenes was reporting on his work, he hadn't even thought of checking the real name authentication information. Lu Jin lowered his head silently and searched again. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, the email that sent and received the message didn't have real name authentication information. What about the IP address? Lu Yuan still shook his head. Changing the IP address at the right time is also based on the theory of quantum communication. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The person who planned this is very powerful. At least in terms of professionalism, he's about the same as your Institute of High Energy Physics. You've finally found your opponent. Lu Yuan was burning with anxiety, but he didn't forget to stab Lu Jin. Lu Jin rolled his eyes. Boss Lu, that's enough. Don't push your luck. I told you, this person's technology is about the same as your Institute of High Energy Physics. I'm much better than your Institute of High Energy Physics. What he meant was that if he wanted to catch up to him, he would have to wait until his next life. Lu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, but his palms were still sweating. At this moment, Hu Xiaoheng had already landed the helicopter on a relatively flat field. They were already more than 200 kilometers southeast of the outskirts of the imperial capital. Not far away, they could already see the harbor in the darkness. The seawater gently lapped against the shore, making a crashing sound. A few speedboats were parked on the shore, well hidden. There were a few high-end residential buildings near the coast. In one of the apartments, the person in charge of electromagnetic interference shielding was scrambling to adjust the equipment. A person next to him said angrily, "You can't even use the electromagnetic interference detector properly, and you still call yourself a top physics student." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2053, The Fisherman and the Fish, 16. There were 2 updates today. At 8:30 p.m. the next update. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.